I do think there's a real conversation that needs to be held. A lot of that conversation I think has been lost in people just trying to sound right, not wanting to sound like a simp and this and that. So yeah, I certainly I think we definitely need to be willing to proudly say we're protectors, but again, it's about people fitting in and sounding right and all of that. So some people just will never say it. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think certainly we are, and we're supposed to be.
I like it. Let me also welcome into the show the verbal assassin. I know she ain't got much time, so I want to get her in there real quick. So my brothers, hold your thought real quick. Go ahead, verbal assassin.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Happy Tuesday.
Peace and love.
Oh, well,
What's
good
up,
day,
bro?
good day. Hey, Taz. Okay, so I just have this quick question to Brownsville. So I'm listening to you, and I'm not really sure I understand why you would think a man like this at his big age would be any way beneficial with what he's up here on this on that little podcast saying, because to me he still sounds like a degenerate. Just because he's 70 years old and he's just now saying, hey, look at me, I know how to love, like it's kind of too late. And he's not even taking any real accountability. He's still blaming others for the way that he has behaved all his life. And I don't believe he learned how to love at all. I believe that his pain stopped working. That's what happened. And that's what happens with men like that. You know what I mean? They go through life. They've had many men like him in his position have met a ton of women who could have made great partners, who could have been good wives, and they could have had a happy life with them. But because they're so greedy and selfish and they have lust at the forefront of their mind, they don't choose those women. They don't settle down with those women. They actually abuse and use and discard those women. And now when he needs a caretaker, now he's realized how to love. It's absurd. If he was showing, I will give you this, Brownsville, if he was at his age and he was talking to younger men and he was saying, these are the exact things that I did, these are the ways that I went wrong, without blaming the women or making their faulty, whatever is faulty with them throughout his life being the reason why he couldn't do something, then you would have a point. But I don't hear that from him. So am I missing that?
No, you're not missing that, Queen. And I agree with what you're saying, right? Which is why I mentioned that there's a specific targeted audience that he may be beneficial to them, right? Because I believe that some brothers need brothers who may not be fully recalibrated to speak to them and tell them different ways that they went wrong, right? He's admitting, right? Showing a little bit of vulnerability, saying, hey, I'm 69 years old and I'm just now figuring out how to love, right? Because the big J triple X's of the world, they don't listen to me, right? They're not going to listen to the younger brothers either, right? They believe their issue is with the woman, right? So you take a brother like Clifton Powell, who's 69, and he has a conversation with Big J Triple X, and he tells him, hey, take the Triple X out of your name and focus on learning how to love and just be Big J, right? And I can help you walk with you through this recalibration journey because I'm currently walking through this recalibration journey. That's where I believe he'll be able to be beneficial to the community.
But what has he said to show that he is taking full accountability for his behaviors, though? That's the part I'm asking you. Where is he saying that? Because that's what I would like to hear to give him any sort of grace.
Well, he admitted.
And he sounds performative to me. Okay, did he say specifically what he did? Because all I heard, and granted, I have not watched the entire video. I did see some of it like last night or yesterday, but what I saw was not impressed with. And then his level of anger, because he's sitting there amongst men and they have a different view and he gets immediately upset. He also was cutting people off, and the man was acting a damn fool. So what has he exactly actually learned? Because part of so-called learning how to love also requires humility and vulnerability, true vulnerability. That means you can sit in a space with other men that you are, if you are
She probably got a phone call.
okay.
Okay, there she go. You back.
Okay. What did you guys miss? What was the last thing you heard me say?
Oh, you said vulnerability. That's the last word I heard you say.
Yeah. Okay. So basically what I'm saying is there's genuine vulnerability, and then there's performative. He wanted to sit up on that panel, at that round table, and he wanted to act as though he's the all-wise teacher without any pushback. As soon as he got the pushback, rightfully so, he got angry. There's no true vulnerability in that, or humility, and that is not the signs of a leader or someone who can actually teach anybody anything.
Well, that I totally agree with you, right? And I'm not saying he needs to be a leader or that he's not he doesn't need more recalibration, right? But him, being at the place where he is, right? He may be able to reach somebody who's more of a degenerate than he is, right? And I do believe him admitting, at 69 years old, that hey, I'm just now figuring out how to love. I do believe that's a moment of vulnerability, because he didn't have to disclose that, right? We wouldn't be talking about it now, and it wouldn't be like a viral clip if it didn't come out of his mouth, right? Because the whole thing is, well, he's an old man, right? And he's now just admitting that he did not know how to love, even though he has kids and grandkids, right? So I do believe that that's a story that could be beneficial to the older degenerates who are still not undergoing self-reflection, and still have this mindset that they're just blaming women and blaming societal factors for all of their shortcomings.
So you think they're going to listen to Clifton Powell?
I think it's a possibility, because they're not listening to me. They're not listening to other brothers who may speak differently, who may carry themselves differently, right? Who have more self-regulation, who have more self-control, right? They might identify better with a brother like Clifton Powell, who can go off the rails, who can get a little, emotional and different things like that. They might be able to relate to him more than they can relate to me. And maybe, he could, say some things that will force them to actually look in the mirror and undergo self-reflection and see at least one thing that maybe they can fix, one thing that maybe they can change. And we just, as men, see, I'm not a proponent that we can save all men, but I am a proponent that we should try to recalibrate and help men recalibrate, because that's more beneficial to our community than to just say, hey, we need to just throw everybody out. I don't believe that. I believe that there's a possibility that some men can be reached and some men can recalibrate, and it might take somebody that they can relate to where they can finally get a message that they need to hear.
So did you hear him? I don't know if you watched the entire video or whatever. Like I said, I didn't. Did you hear him?
I just heard.
Okay.
I just heard what Cuzzo played.
So anyone who has, did they hear him explain when he says, "I'm just now finding out how to love"? Did you hear him explain what that actually looks like in his life, the steps that he took to actually get there, and then how he practices that in his daily life? Or is it just a pretty phrase that he said and he thought he was going to eat with that? And I say that too because you're saying, oh, this wouldn't be a viral moment. It's going to be, lots of things go viral for all types of different reasons. And I think for this, it went viral because he sounds ridiculous. He got mad. There was a big argument. That's why this went viral. And because it's Clifton Powell, who, is an actor or what have you. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think it went viral because he's so profound. I'm just not seeing it. I mean, I understand where you're coming from with it, but for this particular man and what I've seen him up here saying, I'm not seeing how he's gonna help anybody, honestly. But that's all I have to say. I gotta drop down. I'll talk to y'all. I'll be in the clouds.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Verbal Assassin. Yeah, that's an interesting perspective, and we didn't not get to that part where he possibly explained or expressed those type of feelings. Also, let me welcome into the show. Full Circle. Good day to you, sir. What is your thoughts so far?
Greetings. Thank you, Sharon. Greetings to the panel, the men, the ladies in the chat. My thoughts so far is to Brownsville. And this is going back to when we had the conversation, the conversation. I gave props to the men that were married. I forgot even about Taz and Nyla. I mentioned them, but they're a couple that have been together for years. Let me bring it forward. I can't learn anything from Clifton Powell. Even with that short video, there's nothing and nothing against you, Brownsville. When you threw in Big J, he can speak for himself. I'm here to speak for myself. I can't learn anything from this 70-year-old man. The one person I can learn from, and I mentioned it when I was previously on before, is my father, Sharon. My father is 80 years old. I mentioned that in the last discussion. I lost my mother September 2011. My father remarried. So I give thank you, sir, mad major props to my father. Ex-military, paratrooper. So that's where I get all of that. My value, my skills, my qualities, my love for life, my love for women. My father was a ladies' man. Detroit, Michigan is where he is. That's where he resides. So from Detroit, myself to LA. So I'm a lover, not a fighter. So what you previously saw with the back and forth, that's honestly not me. But for those men like yourself, Brownsville, Taz, even the young man that mentioned it, he said, I'll never get it. Been there, done that, sir. But honestly, Sharon, I protect my energy. I don't give my love to just anyone. And there's a time and a date, but it definitely won't be 70, 80, and 100 years old. But I am that lover of, not a lover of men, but a lover of myself. I truly love myself, Sharon. Thank you. And I'll land.
Okay. Also, before I got a question for you, let me also welcome you to the show. Uda on go. Good day, sir. What is your thoughts?
Good day. I'll get back to it. I'm here. You know I'm here. I'm good day to
All right.
everybody on the panel. Salute to everybody in the chat. Salute y'all.
So do you Full Sir, you said you don't think we could gain anything from what Clifton is saying about, he learning it at 70. Do we have an issue with our brothers understand the power of monogamy at the age of between 25 and 30?
Yes, there is a problem because in my mind, my thoughts, they don't have examples and fathers, if anything, if they're not orphans or they've left their lives to pass, generation after generation down of teachings. Once again, like examples. There's no examples. Where are they going to find examples? On television and movies? These ones at that age are just going off of ones that they see that are out in the streets, just going from one woman to another woman to another woman. And in 2026, we've realized that's dangerous. That's not the way to go. What's the results? Multiple children, baby mothers. We flip around and we put it on the women. At the same time, we're not being that man that woman expects to be. And I'm not putting on the women. Once again, remind you, I'm sticking with your question. It's, with the men. We haven't been raised. Our young men haven't been raised. And as I mentioned before, we need our fathers, the elders, the older ones, the great grandfathers teaching those fathers, and the fathers teaching ones like myself. When I get to my age and I decide to, hey, I'm there, but not at the age of 70, 80, and 90. Trust me, that's too old.
What is your value system on the situation? You believe in monogamy, or you what is your idea of the relationship factors that is plaguing us? Do you believe in monogamy?
Okay. I do believe in monogamy. When you're younger and you're a bachelor, you're single, you're learning life, you're exploring life, you're having a great time. Sure, you're gonna no judgment to any of those ones at that age bracket. Been there, done that as well. Multiple women.
What age bracket is that from? The
25 to 30, 35. And when right up in there. When you start to get to 35, 37, 8-ish to 40, then you need to like put the brakes on. But that's just my opinion. I believe in monogamy. Yeah.
Let me get an understanding. So you're saying around 35 to 40 is when you should start considering yourself as a man to be monogamous.
Start slowing it down. You should start younger, but if you don't have any guidance and it's just you don't have the cliff notes, then somehow start to look within in the mirror and see that this might not be the way. And you could ask around or look to ones that are older that have more wisdom than you. Because if you notice in Clifton Powell's case, he has the children, he has family, but he doesn't have that one because he's going to get there to a time where he's going to need a nursing home, hospice. Many men at that age, it's going to happen. You'll hear, if not yourself and the men on the panel, Brownsville, yourself included, the ones listening in the chat, you hear stories all the time. And it's the women that are the nurturers. You know, they're all around us, but that takes patience. I'll give you an example. Allow me, Sharon.
Example, I want to build on the 35 to 40 thing.
Okay.
Before you move on to the example. The only issue I have with the 35 to 40, majority of men, I believe is like 90% of men at that age bracket have children already. So with that being said, would 35 to 40 be a little too late for them to start slowing down?
No, because before that, you have to take into consideration, and my question to you, sir, are they married? Are they in a relationship? Or do they have someone? Or that's the major thing. They've got the families, but you have your divorces. Some marriages don't even last past 5 years, you know, in today's world. So some out there aren't into running the streets. They're looking and seeing the forest before the trees, as they say. They know one day, knock on wood, they could get to that age, only if they take care of their health. What if it is 35, 40 to 45, 50? Are they going to continue to run the streets? But that's within each individual person to recognize and know within themselves, I can't keep doing this. As was mentioned with Verbal Assassins that was up here, men go through different things, not the same as women, but through different things. In that part of what? Viagra. I'll just be straight up honest. Men get to a certain age. That's the elephant in the room. People don't want to talk about that. Men don't want to talk about that. But it's something within men that they go through. And that's just being honest within oneself. A part of it is perhaps running the streets, just banging. Yeah, it takes its toll on a man, and it can. But you have to know within yourself when to put the brakes on. I'll land.
And that's why I think we definitely got to get in communication of getting men to slow down way before 30s. Because majority of men are going to have children at that age, right? So if they are getting into a relationship, like you said, so it's just that's just 35 to 40 is just statistics of men having children. It doesn't say if they married, divorced, and all those other things. And so if we know for a fact that 90% of men at that age is going to have children, we need to get them to slow their brakes around like 25, so this way they can make the proper decision and not cheat on their wives and put themselves in these situations where they are breaking up they happy homes or potential happy homes because you want to shit test your woman all the way up until she's 70 and then say, I commend her for staying with me for all these years. I think that is the main issue that we have to start addressing in today's time.
Okay, can I add to that, Sharon? May I? I have to say this. I think we should focus. I understand and respect what you just said. We have to focus on keeping these individuals together at that age. That's a young age, 20, 21, just getting to learn the world, know the world, get themselves wet, so to speak, get their career together. It's a matter of when they get married at that age, and along with that woman, usually they're younger. How do we keep them together? How do we honestly keep them together to where when they get to that point or that time, like that couple that's the ones that recently broke up and they're YouTubers, that young couple. What happened to that? I forgot the name. If you do, you
Okay.
remember the name?
I do not.
Mhm.
I don't know the name of the couple that you're talking
Mhm.
about. I do
Yes.
know that majority of the younger couples, they tend to
Uh-huh.
get caught up in the brothers normally,
Mm.
right? Because we do
Mhm.
understand that nothing is 100%. But
Mhm.
normally the brothers are the ones that's out there risking it all for some tail, and we cannot expect our brothers to go out there and say, all I did was sleep with her, but I love you. I told her the truth about you being that I have a wife, and we know majority of men, when they say they have a wife, that's just so the other woman understand that you are going to be second in command. They're not saying that I have a wife because your vagina is off limits to me. They're saying because, hey, I want your vagina, but you can't go out there telling, and we cannot be committed. I can't spend the night. We're gonna have to do, February 15th. That's how a lot of men think. They like, if they have the opportunity, they would jump inside that vagina. And that is what we got. That's how we be able to keep brothers with their wives and let them understand that it is okay to communicate with their wives, to respect their wives, to be vulnerable with the wives. That's the woman you chose. So you need to fully be immersed in that woman. And majority of men feel like, especially at the younger age, they could be fully immersed with their brothers instead of their own woman.
And Sharon, I want to add to
got some
this.
pushback.
Oh, go ahead, Brownsville. Brownsville, go ahead. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. So first and foremost, full circle. My condolences to you for losing your mother. Right. That's probably one of the
Thank you.
toughest losses anybody could ever go through. So hopefully you'll find some peace from that situation. But the reason why I thought that Clifton Powell would be a good messenger to you is because when I listen to you, I'm understanding that you still haven't made the decision to recalibrate just yet. And you are an older man, right? You're not a young man anymore. You're an older man, right? And you mentioned your father. You said your father's 80 years old. You said he's the only man you can learn from, right? But you didn't mention what your father taught you in terms of about love. What you mentioned about your father was that he was a ladies' man. And we understand when it comes to monogamous relationships, that's not a term of endearment. No woman wants to be married to a quote unquote ladies' man, right? Because there's a certain level of I guess lack of loyalty that's attached to that moniker of being a ladies' man. That means you're gonna be out there flirting, women gonna be out there flirting with you, you're gonna be out there in all the women's faces, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right. And talking to you and listening to you, right? I don't know what your relationship preference is. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell because it almost slipped out. You almost said that you was a lover of men, but then you said you was a lover of yourself, right?
Go
So
ahead. Go ahead.
I'm kind of confused as where you are in your recalibration process when it comes to finding a relationship. And also what's problematic, you said, well, men need to slow down when they're 35 to 37. And I think that's pretty ridiculous, right? Because we understand that the majority of men, when they reach that age, they've already had a child, right? So if they haven't slowed down prior to having a child, that means that they've already created a toxic situation, which is a broken home, right? We need them to learn how to love and learn how to be disciplined way before that age. They should be dating with intention way before thinking about bringing children into the world, right? So it's just a way that men need to move in order to be better for our community. And that's why I thought that Clifton Powell would be a messenger that you, Big J, Triple X, Man of Yesterday, and brothers who are in your circle would appreciate. Peace and love.
Okay. Can I respond, Sharon? May I? Thank you, sir. When I mentioned that my father was, what did I say? He was a ladies' man, Brownsville, with all respect. This was prior to my mother that passed away in 2011. I love my father. And when I say lovers of men and it slipped out, that's actually what I meant. Also a lover of men that support other men when it comes to information. I personally love that. Any type of information, even technically, any trade or anything like that. Absolutely, sir. I'm a lover of men that can give me and grant me information that's going to help me in my life. I can't speak for every man out there, but at the same time, my father, what he gave me quality wise, as far as strength, mentally, mental support, he did tell me, he guided me, slow down. Not that I ran out there and I was a runner, but he wanted me to know, don't be like me, son. I have two sisters. Okay. I thought, hey, it's just me. I didn't disappoint him. My father's very proud of me, very proud of me. And I'm thankful for even having him still in my life. Do you want to know what I did, Brownsville? I took my father and I showed him my mother's grave. This man, this military awarded man of honor, had tears in his eyes. You want to know what he said? And he's on his second wife. She's alive as well. She looks after my father. I love you, Annette. That's my father's wife's name. He had tears in his eyes. He says, he didn't even have to even say, but he says it often and off the record where his current wife doesn't know. I loved your mother. I loved your mother. And I'm like, thank you, Dad. So that was passed down to me. So when I say he was a ladies' man, that was prior. He's military, Brownsville. In the military, come on, don't judge, sir. Men do their thing. But when he got out, he made something of himself working at the factory, the car factory. Remind you, Billy, GM Chrysler in Detroit. I go there often. My sister, I just attended a wedding. My sister just got married to a younger man. Fabulous wedding. Cats from Detroit, New York, out there where y'all are at. We had a ball up in Detroit just May of last year. So Clifton Powell, once again, can't say or do nothing for me. You want to know once again who can? My sister, who recently got married, who's younger than me. My father, my sister, once again, that I love. I love my family. They're not out there hoeing. They're examples for me. So I'm not downplaying what you said, Brownsville, but I don't have to get it from no one else but my family. None other than my family. And I support and I stand on that. I'm done. I land.
Yeah, and like, you know, listen, I commend you for loving your family, right? Because at least you've learned how to love somebody, right? So that's you know, I mean, I can get with that, right? Every man should be a lover of their family. But when you mention being a lover of men, that kind of brought another layer of confusion, right? Because most men would say they're a lover of women, right? So once again, I'm kind of like flabbergasted, right? Because I don't understand what your relationship preference is, right? Because I know you're not married, right? You said you don't have any children, and you're in these conversations when we're talking about relationships, and every time you're in the conversations, you try to in a sly, cunning way, you lift up men over women, right? Maybe you don't understand that you're doing it, but everybody that understands what you're saying, that's what they're getting from it, right? And that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. And that's why I liken you to somebody who may benefit from another brother who was also once a lover of men, once a lover of himself, right? Because we got to get out of that mindset of being a lover of men, being a lover of ourselves, right? And really focus on loving the people that we want to be with, right? So that is, and unless, I don't know, unless your preference is to be with a man, right? Now, if that's your preference, then that's when it'll make sense to me. But if your preference is to be in a relationship with a woman, then you should be lover of a woman, right?
Let me say this. Hold on, brother. Not cutting in. I'm gonna be nice about this. I won't disrespect you if you don't disrespect me. I've come on the panel opening up, and as Ether Man said, Sharon, and mad respect to you, sir. I've taken down my wall. Please do not disrespect me, sir, because you're saying slick remarks, and I put that in the past. I haven't come aggressive. I haven't been aggressive. I haven't been abrasive. I'm communicating. I'm translating. I'm being informative. Don't do that to me. I'm asking you because I see what you're doing. Let me throw this at you. I have an ex from my past, a sister who has a twin. I helped her through school, Arizona, Phoenix. Okay. I helped her get her technical degree as a web designer. She's a millionaire because she has a hair business, bundles of hair, all types of hair. Her and her twin put this together. I bought the computer. I backed her up with her schooling. I even financially backed her up. And I'm proud of her. She's now married to someone else. But that was years ago. She was out dating and dating and dating. She lost her parents, mother and father, on crack, literally. Her twin sister will vouch for me that this man was there. My mother, when she was alive, met her. And I stood by her until we separated and broke up. Do I have any envy or strife or any spite or any hate for her, even though it didn't work out? No, I'm glad that I was a part of her life and what I was able to contribute to her, Brownsville. Other women that I've ever come across and managed to come across and help, I've always helped them. It's not one of those ones, as I believe Etherman said, shacking up. No, it's the other way around. I've always supported the men. The men, but I've supported the women. And don't take that always slipped out. I support men and women, but I'm a man. But the women in my life, I love. Let me throw this to you, Sharon, and I'll land. I have a mother right now. On the back chat, we got together when the show was over. Brownsville will never tell you this. I didn't get a chance to get this out to him. Well, actually, I did. So I'm appalled. It's like, like you wouldn't bring this up, Brownsville. I have a mother, Sharon, that's in Virginia. Her husband has Alzheimer's. Late last year, I went to go visit them in Virginia because I had to handle and conduct some business on a military base. She's dealing with him now. They've been together for years. She's by his side. Huge man in the photos, standing 10 toes down, a real soldier. And now he has his wife. Do you know I just called her yesterday? And why I did that, Sharon, because previously of the show that we just had, when I was being aggressive and how I acted, I said, you know what? I got something I got to do. I'm going to call and check on my family. So going back to the quote unquote Clifton Powell, they can't once again for the 100th time do nothing for me because I have my own family that have military men that are still here and not still here. And I tell the women that I love, my aunties, I'm so proud of you for standing by your husbands. They said, what else would I do? Not divorce, not mess around, not separated, none of that. They're standing with their men and they have 60 plus years, 59 years. Hoorah! What can you say about that, sir? So please stop with the little shots that you're taking at me. I am, once again, as I said before, Sharon, I am secure in my manhood. I love myself. I don't know about others. I couldn't say the same about you, but I'm not going to say that to you because that's disrespectful. So please, for the something time, stop trying to disrespect me. Because once we get started, and you saw what went on the last time, this ain't going to be an Anton Corey, and I'm not shaking, but I'm trying my best to give you respect. Thank you, Sharon. I'll land.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to disrespect you, my brother. I asked you a question, and it was a valid question based upon what you were expressing, right? You mentioned you was a lover of men, right? Now you mentioned, hey, you was in a relationship with a woman and you did everything you did this, you did that, you did this, and that relationship didn't work out. But then she found a relationship that did work out, and ultimately she's married and she's happily married, right? But you haven't mentioned
Go ahead, Brownsville.
Right.
Go ahead.
We had a conversation, my brother, after the show, right? Oh, now you
Sure,
want to talk. Okay,
Brownsville.
cool.
No,
Hold on.
Brownsville. I put myself on mute so you can talk. I do that for myself. You need to stop doing that just because I didn't answer. I'm trying to do better. I'm trying to improve. You know how over talk and all that? I just had you on mute. You need to stop doing that. And you have that quality of judging people and putting the cart before the horse. That's a bad trait. If you want to talk about value, sir, and as far as the woman that went on with her life, someone told me through the grapevine that we're mutual friends with that, hey, your ex, Letitia, she got married. I'm so proud. I'm going on with my life and I'm happy for her. So I don't know if it's happy, if there's kids involved. I don't know because that's none of my business. I'm not a weirdo. I'm not a stalker. Everyone has gone their way. But you know what? If I came across her, do you know she'd give me a big hug? Because she's a good friend. If I was to see her today, I have no animosity and vice versa. You need to stop that. And start off with stop judging. You're still stuck with the whole lovers, what you were trying to do that last time, or lovers of men. Once again, I'm secure in my manner. Just like when they would make Sharon jokes about you with the eyes and the twerking and this, that, and the other. Do you know what? When I observed Sharon, I said he's secure in his manhood. He has his family, regardless of who he had previously, and he loves his daughters. Hoorah! I'm so proud of that. You need to stop, Brownsville, because I'm going to really, really check you because you're trying to put me in a corner. And where I'm at right now in my life, very happy. I'm a bachelor. I know where I'm going. You can never box me and put me in that box. That particular box or the LGBT or gay or love of them, you will never on this planet. You will burn in HELL before I let you put me in any box or corner or hole. Hoorah.
Yeah, the thing is, I wasn't trying to put you in a box or corner. I asked based upon your rhetoric, right? That was a valid question because I didn't bring up love.
Sharon, I'm going to leave because this is going in circles. I thank you and I bless you and I got you. Thank you, Sharon. God bless. I'm out. No more.
This is the issue, man. Like, we need to be able to have conversations where we don't agree and you're able to maintain self-control. You're able to regulate yourself emotionally and just have the conversation, right? Unless, like I say, what do you have to hide? What is missing, right, from your conversation? Because here's the thing. I asked valid questions based upon what you said, right? And it's like you're taking that as if I'm disrespecting you. And you can just answer the question, right? A question is not disrespect, it's just a question. You can either choose to answer it or not answer it. But at the end of the day, yeah, we got to do better, man. Like,
All right.
we got to do better.
Let me welcome into the show. Good day, Supreme Goddess PH Diva. How you doing?
Wonderful, sir. Good day, everyone.
What would you like to? What's your thoughts?
I was cracking up at how what's the guy's name? Clifton Powell, like turned into Pinky. Like, sure, the movie over. I mean, but I think he's not an anomaly. There are plenty of older women who they even have like a saying for what he talked about. They call it not a saying, but like a word for it. It's called coming in, right? So they'll say, my husband finally coming in, meaning he finally done stop, ain't able to take his dick on the road, and so he coming his ass in the house and sitting the fuck down somewhere. And so a lot of those older women were, waiting around for that type of thing. So, I'm sure the woman is, happy about that. But yeah, he's telling the truth.
Damn, coming in. I never heard this saying before, Diva.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have some older lady friends, and so they talk about that type of stuff.
It is wild to man. Clearly, this kind of conversations is highly needed. And it's not just a panel situation, right? We see these type of, they get heated even in person because it's two ideologies are keep fighting with each other. Even though I see BMU keep trying to bring up the fact that clearly this man that has a beard is originally a man. I don't know how he did that, but clearly that's what that is. And it also have and they both Spanish too, and that's interesting. So the man with the beard, he's Spanish. He used to be a woman, and also the man that's playing the tambourine, he also look like he's Spanish or something of that nature. But it doesn't take away the fact of what they are actually saying. You attacking their sexuality has nothing to do with the words that they're using, and I always find it so interesting that they attempt to use other things other than the words that the person is using to attack the person. Like, it's okay. Clifton is talking about degeneracy that you gotta, it took him 70 years to figure out how to love a woman. That's crazy. He said, today is when I figured out how to be monogamous. That's crazy. Because that's also another suggestion that he wasn't monogamous until, I don't know. It's just all weird to me, to be honest. But I'm glad that he said it because now we could keep the conversation moving forward. Let's see what else is happening.
Young boys.
I think we on to something here.
Yeah.
I think we on to something.
What masculinity is, it's always an antithesis to femininity.
Exactly right.
So then it's just like, oh, to be a man and to be strong and to show up means you don't be like a woman. So
Right,
being a woman
right.
is less than. It's always going to be down.
Right.
So let's go back to what we were talking about.
Right.
Listen,
Right.
what I was trying to say to you is this.
I think.
Out of everybody in this motherfucking room, I'm 70 years old. My mother committed suicide when I was 4. My father was a dysfunctional alcoholic.
Damn.
I'm just learning. Like you said, I think when you learn, you gotta do better.
Yeah.
So now I'm trying to do better. So we talking about trusting Black women, because that's why the fuck I'm here.
Right. Right.
And I don't like doing this kind of shit.
Right.
Because I my brain is on another level because I live with the boss. I live with a queen who's a boss that if you saw me, and I'm just saying this, and that's why I got emotional, because I'm living it right now. Every 18 seconds, a woman gets beaten in this country by a man. When a woman is killed, it's by the domestic partner. So it's a lot of things that y'all are talking about that's true, that in order for us as Black and Latino men, or you Latin?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm half Latin.
Head ass.
I'm just saying.
No, but I'm just saying, what I'm saying, nobody at this table is wrong. In order to love Black women, we got to figure out where we are as men.
Whew.
Now, let me ask you this question, Cuzzo, and be honest with me, right? When you just heard Clifton Powell speak just now, didn't it sound like Full Circle was speaking?
No.
What's the difference?
The difference is Full Circle is not practicing the way how Clifton is. Clifton was all the way up into 70 practicing being a degenerate. It doesn't sound like the Full Circle is practicing being a degenerate.
No, I'm talking about the way they articulate themselves, right? How he was just, responding to that situation, right? It's like a similar mindset, right? Even though, yes, Full Circle's younger, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know what he got irritated because I was asking him questions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Clifton Powell is somebody who will get irritated if you ask him questions, right? I just see a lot of similarities there. And I think Clifton Powell is saying, hey, I'm figuring out things at 69 that I probably should have figured out a long time ago. And, I'm trying to help the brothers get this thing figured out a long time before they reach 69, right? So we know he's still in the process of recalibrating, but just the way he speaks with so much emotion, right? That's what I hear when I was, in a conversation with Full Circle.
So I think for me, just to try to make a comparison, the difference is that Clifton is injecting himself into the conversation instead of keeping it general. And Full Circle, he got so-called emotional by the questioning that he felt that you was disrespecting him with the questioning, right? So I think that will be the difference. I don't think Full Circle was injecting his personality into the conversation. It was just he was upset at the questions you asked him. So that will be my difference. Clifton was absolutely 100% evoking his emotional situation of whatever he didn't have, or at 70 years old that he finally figured out, and he was upset that the young men checked him on that, like, nah, you too late. You cannot be talking about how all of a sudden you got it right now at 70. Even though, you know, he's a tambourine player, and the other one with the beard, clearly BMU said that used to be a woman. I don't know. This is my first time seeing these people. Welcome to the show. Truth. Good day, sir. How you doing? What's your thoughts?
What's up, Bruce? How you feeling today, brother?
I'm doing well. Appreciate you.
Already salute to everyone on the panel. I heard bits and pieces of what people shared. So what is the gist that you guys are trying to surmise here?
For me, a couple of people told me to watch this, to review this. So far, what I got from it is that for a long time, women been waiting for their husbands and boyfriends, to lack of better words, to come in. Meaning, PhD just brought in the fact that, women been waiting for men to come into the house and stop slinging a peen all around. And men are waiting until they're 70 years old to realize how to love a woman monogamously. And that's a problem, because what it seems as that you wait until you at the end of your progression in life, you at the end of probably even you able to perform in a physical way. You're waiting to when you're just waiting till you at the end to say, now, after I put my woman through all of these things, I'm going to commend her now because she stayed with me even though I was treating her bad.
Ain't that the very thing that dudes were saying that women do? So hold on. So the conversations that we've had where they saying women are waiting for such and such umpteen years to get themselves together, so on and so forth. We have a actual man that operated in that format.
100%. Wow. He waited until he's 70 years old to say, I learned how to love a woman. After he put his woman, he said to himself, he put her through time and time again of disappointing her to finally realize that he needs to be monogamous and love her properly.
Yeah, he better be thankful that somebody actually do care about him. And the fact that because he blessed, because once again, I don't think no one should subject themselves to trauma that has nothing to do with them.
Right.
If a man has stuff that he needs to work himself through, that is unfair for him to bring his garbage and put that on to his person who he's in a relationship with. For me, that's inconsiderate. That person did not deserve to have all those things given to them. Whether the emotions, the highs and lows that you're going through, whatever you got to deal with, whether it's grief, depression, anxiety, any of those things that you're trying to work through that you're using as a catalyst for the reason why you couldn't commit and be honest to this one woman. You know what I'm saying? No woman should, put themselves through that, because it's unhealthy for them.
Right.
And which will cause them to have problems later on when they have a man that is just as healthy as they is. They would then internalize those things because of what they've been put through. Like the old moniker, hurt people. You feel what I'm saying? So, but yeah, this is crazy. So let me ask you a question, Bracy. Do you believe that men actually love women as a whole? What I mean? Do they know exactly what love is? And do they love women as a whole for being a woman?
I think 3 years ago I would have said yes. After my experience of these past 3 years doing these shows and panels, I would have to say no.
Okay. Okay.
And it's sad to see so many men are willing to fight against monogamy, loving a woman that clearly loves them. They would do, and clearly it's because maybe they don't have a certain respect for themselves. So they'll do everything in their power to make that woman leave them. Because they know they got that woman and she is way better than him. That's what I'm starting to realize that most men do. Like Clifton Powell, right? He tried his best to probably push that woman away. And for whatever reason, she stayed. Yeah. And then now he realized that, damn, I was the one that's whatever therapy he had to go through at 70, and he finally figured it out at 70 that, oh, it was me this whole time. It had nothing to do with her at all. If I would have just did my own self-reflection throughout the years, I could have been a better man for her. And don't actually have anything to do with her at all. And then, and, you know, and it's just weird to get so much pushback when, you know, people like GOAT been here for 10 years promoting that type of mentality. It got me for the past 3 years, not knowing how bad it was. You know, me even, you know, Truth, you telling me, hey, some men, hey, you know what I'm saying? You like, hey, I'm telling you, I know you're trying to see the good in people, but it took me a while to understand, like, damn, it's worse than what I thought. We do have to throw some men away.
Yeah.
You know
we had those conversations. Same thing. And it's funny that you gave that timeline 2.5, 3 years ago. That's the same thing when I had the conversation and I finally realized that it's not enough. It's a very minuscule amount of men that actually want a relationship with a woman for the sake because she's a woman and her differences is what makes her beautiful.
Right.
And the things that we are trying to achieve, we could only get that through a relationship and a marriage with a woman becoming your wife. So even down, I know you remember this. We was on another show and they had, the title was, "What is a woman good for other than her box?"
Crazy.
And majority of the men came up there and said a woman is not good for nothing else but her box.
That's it, right? And we had a long conversation about that.
Yeah,
right?
we had a long one because that one show then stressed out. Many people were asking that, other shows about the same thing. And majority of men were saying the same thing. So then how can we then get upset for women saying, hey, you don't love us? All you are trying to do is be perverted. It's not about family or marriage because you actually said it. You said, I'm only good for is what's between my legs. I have nothing else to offer you. You said these things.
Yeah.
So then am I supposed to believe in the contradiction of, hey, yeah, I said that, but I really meant was I believe you're good for marriage and all these things. When somebody asks you initial question, you emphatically said no. They're really not good for nothing. I can get everything else except for a box from a woman.
Yeah. Some questions that we are starting to deal with now. And one thing I am proud of is that I think the pushback is finally starting to settle down and younger men are understanding it more than ever, which is a great thing. I don't know if maybe this whole epigenetics, I don't know what it is, but it's starting to pass down where our young brothers don't have to wait till they're 70. And I think as time moved forward, we would start to get degeneracy lower and lower as time goes by. We got to stop allowing the degenerate men keep getting pushed into to the atmosphere, because we've seen for the past 10 years that the ones that talk the worst about women is the ones that get rewarded with even women platforms, with women going to those men platform and have discussions about women being degenerate. Women, you know what I'm saying? Like, they get rewarded for that.
Right.
They get to go to the bigger women platforms to even be interviewed. They get more women camming up than any other show. Any other show. The men that are for the past 10 years that have been degenerate towards women, those are the channels that women would cam up day after day. And the men that is actually fighting with and for them to have a real equal footing of thought pattern, not even rights in the world and laws and all. I'm just talking about just an equal thought pattern.
Right.
Those men get the most pushback. Those men are looked at as panderers and liars and grifters. And other people just allow that to happen. But the men that are degenerate, they get rewarded, and it's always pushing this difficultness of what is actually better business wise. The people
And
that
even
are
I
not,
get
the people that are not pandering and grifting, those are the ones that is being told they are pandering and grifting. It's
in pandering grifting, yeah. That's
it's wild. Like, you know
the
what I'm saying? Like, my life is like, the things that I'm talking about is a reflection of my life, of where I've been at and where I'm attempting to go. But they say I'm pandering and grifting. It's mind boggling. I don't know.
and so many times I've got pressed about, you know, being in agreement with you and Brownsville. But the thing is, if you take yourself out of the situation and just look at it directly, what exactly have you guys that said was a lie, though? That's the problem.
That's the problem.
That's the problem. We might not like it.
Right.
It might be something that you don't like.
Right.
And we, me and you, we've had disagreements. Mike don't like it or like the way you say it, or but has it been a lie? Am I in disagreement about what you're saying? The answer is no.
Right.
The answer is no.
And I think
So
that's
then
what
you got other men. Go ahead. Go ahead. What you
Yeah,
gonna
no,
say?
you good. Sorry.
Yeah, I
You
was
got
saying
other
you got
men.
other men. They want you. They press you about you guys and saying, "Hey, are you in agreement with that, or in agreement with how you guys view them?" If I take myself out of the equation and make sure that just because I like you or something like that, that holds no bar, the answer is yes, they're correct. Yeah, yes, they're correct. Do you not want them to be correct? If
Right.
they don't want you to be, if you don't want them to be correct about it, we all have the opportunity to do what? Change, right?
Yeah.
So that's it. It can be very simplistic if you want to do the right thing.
Yes, it is. It's very simplistic. Yeah. It's 1% every day. Keep striving for better. Once you know better, just do better. Implement the correct information in your life at the moment. If it's the correct information, you agree with the information, implement it. Don't wait. You know, that is just that simple. Once I realized I was doing the wrong things and I got better information, I just continuously to do that as I kept moving through the ages of my life. I just kept on, oh, no, I was shit. That was wrong. Drinking, that ain't, nope. Smoke, nope, that ain't it neither.
Right.
Nope, that ain't it. Being aggressive, up, that ain't it. You know what I'm saying? And then I just implement the correct thing. That's all. It's not about anything. And we, as men, we got to start maturing a little younger. We cannot wait to 70
I
to
like
be
that.
mature.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Younger.
Yeah, we gotta
like
figure out that. You know, we gotta figure out a way to get men to start maturing at 25. Maybe things will probably be better off instead of men maturing at 35, because that's the issue that we've been having, right? But most men are getting married around 30s, 35, 40, and most likely had a kid by then. They most likely did a whole lot of effed up things that they can't unsee. And then it makes some the woman that they did finally choose, they still looking at they woman with a side eye because all the effed up things they done did.
Exactly.
It's,
And this is the biggest the question that I have not got to answer as well. How do you expect yourself now? Let's say you have put yourself in continuous, habitual, promiscuous behavior. We're talking about umpteen years. You're telling me all of a sudden now you're cognitively going to be able to disseminate and discipline yourself to be holding to one woman?
With the first 25,
right?
Or the first 35,
So
I should say. The first 35, that was not the right mentality.
Right. So you're telling me it's a light switch that just flip on, you can just click it, and all of a sudden you're gonna be this stand-up, disciplined, decent man, not cheating on your wife, making sure that you adhere to what she has to say, be in consideration of what she's doing, make sure that you put your family above all things, even your job that you make money for, make sure everything revolves around that, and make sure, most importantly, that God through Christ is your first love. You're saying that you got a light switch that's just going to flip like that. That's a lie.
And
That's a lie.
And so so this is the problem, right? Is that they say your brain doesn't even fully develop to a certain age. Emotional maturity comes a lot later, and that's why we have to move the needle forward earlier. Because if they don't develop to after 25, so if they have an idea of how to move a certain way, and us as a collective of men, we say, hey, this is how we supposed to be moving. And then at 25, it would click. Oh,
yes.
That's what he was saying, all those things. Because one thing, shout out to the 130 people that's watching the show. Make sure you're hitting that like and the share. We should be getting we should be at least 100 likes by now. Shout out to that. So recently, I was hanging out with all my children. I got them all in one place. And, recently my son was not communicating with me because of whatever he was going through, right? But I had to give him that space to grow how he needed to grow. I cannot force him to do anything. But all the lessons I gave him up to it clicked that day. He was like, hey, thank you.
Yeah.
Right. So all those years, even though he so-called wasn't, according to Charlie, he wasn't developed yet, or he wasn't emotionally mature, whatever the case, whatever, he had to go through what he needed to go through. But it doesn't mean that I'm not supposed to give him what he needs. So when it does click, he's like, all right, I understand the full circle of what was going on, the mistakes you made and the things that you was trying to correct. It's not like I was a perfect parent. No way. I had to learn some things too. So if we could teach that earlier at 25, it would click sooner. Then it clicking at 35, 40 is all me and Truth is trying to really come across.
Yeah, but you gotta get beyond the surface level of teaching, right? Because you asked an important question. You said, are men prioritizing protecting their women, right? And you was about to go around and ask the brother the question, right? And when I think about protection, I think more than physical protection. When you ask a man in general, he's gonna bring up how he's protecting his woman physically, right? But there's 4 types of protection when it comes to protecting a woman. Physically is one of them, so I'm not even gonna go into that one, right? Mentally is another form of protecting your woman, right? As a man who loves his woman, you need to understand when she's feeling stressed. Understand when she's worried about something. Understand when she's anxious about something, and foster and create an environment to where you can provide reassurance, and you could let her know that, hey, whatever is bothering you, I got it. You know what I'm saying? That is how you protect your woman mentally, right? The third form of protecting a woman is protecting her emotionally, right? The way you protect your woman emotionally is by understanding when she's in a certain mood, right? Understanding when she may be snappy, or she may have different inflections of her voice at different times, because maybe she's going through something with her hormones, right? But instead of you as a man making yourself a victim and provoking an argument because she's in a certain mood, why don't you provide understanding? Why don't you, say, okay, provide a certain environment, right, to where you can relieve her of that negative emotion and foster positive emotions? Why don't you give her a foot rub? Why don't you take her to dinner? Why don't you take her for a walk and tell her how much you love her? That is how you protect your woman emotionally, right? And then the fourth form of protecting your woman is spiritually, right? Whatever faith that you ascribe to, right? You and your woman ascribe to, you should be able to teach it. You should be able to participate in it in a genuine way. You should be able to, be able to lead and guide your family spiritually, however your faith is set up for y'all to go as a man, right? And that's another way to protect. So I want men to be able to focus on all four ways of protecting your woman instead of just protecting her physically.
Okay, I like it. I just got Shadow back in here, so I want to get Shadow's point of view. Go ahead, Truth. I know you like to have a conversation about protection. Go ahead, Truth. What's your thoughts?
Oh no, hey, everything everything you said, right on it. You can go to the next person. I 100% agree.
Oh, okay. All right. So also,
I knew what you was trying to do.
oh shit. Let me read a couple of these. It says thanks as always. Also, it says Truth, not today. But and then they said, you know what? Forget it. You're too late. So sometimes I get too caught up in the conversation. I didn't see it sometimes. So I guess sometimes it works out. So so the person says too late. So that person got some credit. That is hilarious, though. Don't be acting like you know me. Oh,
yeah, crazy, right?
Oh man!
I just wanted to break in with some news. Reverend Jesse Jackson has passed away. Just FYI.
Yeah.
Oh.
Did they say what's the conditions? Old age or something? He was
old and sick. Like he had been down bad for a minute. So we're gonna close the show by singing a rendition of Lift Every Voice and Sing, the Negro National Anthem, for those of you Negroes who do not know the Negro National Anthem.
That's a great way to end it. But Diva, give us a little bit of it so that
I was just playing. I was just
playing. He was messing with y'all.
I was being funny. I'm sorry.
That was too funny.
They taught me that song.
Let me get back to the since they said it was too late, and Truth, you get to stay up and kick it with us, goddamn it. So hey, shout out to them for changing their mind. But
shout out to them too.
Yeah. they got credit, so y'all be careful out here. Let's see. Man, this is a class. This should have been a goddamn the thumbnail right there. That looked crazy. What's up, Kasim? Let me see what else he's saying right here.
And how to get away from what you said, that patriarchal kind of bullshit that we've been taught. Like your dad, be nice to everybody else, but got his thumb on your mother's head.
Damn.
That's not love.
So what happens when you come to a woman that you don't see as a queen?
Okay,
Real fast. Right now, we just got done doing the No Kings rally, right? Talking about kings, talking about Donald Trump. You see what I'm saying? We keep on talking about a queen, it automatically places a hierarchy. So what do you do to women you see as peasants, and or what do you do when a man does not see a woman as a queen?
Okay,
I think that's a part of the issue.
Real quick,
Wait. So I think that there was something. I think there was something really important that you bringing up and that you bringing up when we're talking about a.
I need a drink.
When we're talking, well, here you go.
You gonna take?
Yo,
This said I need a drink.
yeah, yo. They need to put that drink down.
Oh man, that was
This is crazy.
interesting. The patriarchy has failed black men. Are we all in agreement? Let me also welcome into the show, Jalen. Good day, beautiful. How you doing? Woo, that was an interesting segment.
Good.
What's your thoughts, beautiful?
Clifton is crazy, and he don't be acting. He be doing his role because he's always played an evil villain.
Damn.
Shout out to him. I think. Have y'all got to his outburst? Because I watched this whole thing on my own, actually.
We got through one outburst when he was arguing with the dude, but now they already shook hands. So we at that part where they're past shook hands, and now they talking about seems like they talking about the patriarchy right now and how it's disrespected our women by believing in this goddamn patriarchy. It seems like that's what they're about to dive into.
So the patriarchy has failed black men.
That's what it seemed like he about to say.
If you think a patriarchal society and you getting the benefits of that patriarchal society benefits the black community, you're lost. You're lost.
Build on that.
I think that the qualities of a patriarchal community silences women or diminishes women's perspective in the reality of what they deem a beneficial society, because it's idolizing men. It's idolatry in its purest form. So you want to be idolized and you want women to be in a submissive role idolizing you, not taking into account their experience, what womanhood actually is, what femininity actually means to women, and how you find that as a woman. No, you just want us to perform automatically out the womb, basically, the way you see fit. And there's no discussion on any type of broader context of what that means for women. That's patriarchal. That's a patriarchal society.
Is Brownsville still here?
Yeah, he is.
Brownsville, can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, I can hear you good.
Yeah, I have a question. Now, based off of your understanding of biblical the scriptures and everything, are you saying, would you say the scriptures are opposed to what is considered patriarchy, or it is aligned with it?
I think it's opposed to it. I don't think it aligns with patriarchy at all.
Wow. Okay, give me an example.
Right, because God has the same expectations when it comes to men and women being followers of him. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So he tells men and women a lot of the same things. You know, he says, hey, he tells the woman submit to the man, but he also tells the man and woman to submit to each other. Right? He says there's no male, no female, no Jew, no Greek, right? So he considers us all, you know, of equal value according to him, right? The patriarchy kind of diminishes woman, puts the woman underneath the man in terms of value, right? God doesn't do that. Christ doesn't do that.
Interesting.
Okay,
I like
and
it.
that's and that's the actual because Sharon, if you get a chance to I want to see what exactly, because I mean we done heard so many definitions of this patriarchy thing. I want to know what exactly it is.
I think that's interesting. I think most people look at the Bible as a patriarchy guidebook for sure. I think that's what most people look at it as.
I think the
And I want
interpretation is patriarchal if you leave it up to the if you leave it up to people just putting their own spin on what they think scripture says and means. But I don't think that the Bible was meant to be patriarchal at all.
Interesting. Okay.
I think it was meant to provide structure to people's lives. And obviously marriage, I mean, gender roles and how we naturally interact with each other, that just naturally happens. Like I don't know.
Okay. PhD, but what you think? Do you believe the Bible is patriarchal?
Yes.
It's interesting. Shadow, do you believe, because I see you shaking your head, so do you believe the Bible is patriarchal?
Yeah, I'm shaking my head because I just listened to Brownsville completely BS that. And this is on a real note. Like, bro, if we're gonna, I understand, you know, the egalitarianism, but we're talking about the actual Holy Bible now. This book is specific. Diva said it on point. Yes, the Bible is patriarchal by how it's written, because it was written by men. Come on, bro. Let's be real about this.
It was written by who?
The Bible was written, penned by men. Men penned the Bible.
Okay.
So yes, a lot of the interpretation in the Bible is also geared towards the men who wrote it.
So women shouldn't follow the Bible then?
Yeah. Didn't say that. Didn't say that
I mean,
either.
if you're saying it's patriarchal, then a patriarchal society is detrimental to women.
Actually, no, patriarchy isn't inherently detrimental to women. It's detrimental. It's detrimental to the overall independence of women, which again could be seen as detrimental, situationally speaking. I'm just saying.
So limiting a woman's autonomy is detrimental, right?
Limiting autonomy as a whole isn't detrimental. The Bible in itself does limit autonomy. It literally stops us from doing things that would be deemed dangerous. Yes.
Well, you said it's patriarchal, so now we're talking about men not having that equal limitation, right? Because you're saying it's patriarchal. In a patriarchal society, men don't have that limitation.
No, men
their
still
autonomy.
do have a. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. But yes, men do still have limitations based on the Bible. We
So
literally
how
have
can
some
you say it's
rules.
patriarchal and it's not detrimental to women if it's patriarchal?
Because the hierarchy listed in the Bible, it was intended to protect women and children, everybody under the man and under God, in that order.
Culturally, during that time, the way it's written in the Bible, they were not protecting women and children. A lot of stories, women were concubines actually were getting pregnant. Young women were getting pregnant or sold off, for dowry to the highest bidder. A bunch of examples in the Bible where women had no autonomy and they were basically property of men. So you don't consider being considered property like detrimental?
Hold on. The Bible's intent, which is what I said, and I specified that word for a reason. The Bible's intent is designed to protect the hierarchy of the family, leading with God first. That's why it's God. The hierarchy listed in the Bible is just because a man isn't doing his job to protect doesn't mean that the Bible doesn't state that that's what his job is.
Mm.
Just because people aren't following the Bible, aren't doing what the Bible is telling them to do, doesn't mean that the Bible is not telling them to do it. Does that make sense?
So you
That makes
idolize
sense,
in the
but you didn't
Bible
answer my question though.
idols.
Like, how is it not detrimental to women if you're describing that women don't have autonomy?
Mm.
They don't have any say-so over their own dominion. And
Because
you're saying that's not
especially the
detrimental.
Bible, well, no, the Bible actually does, women do surrender their, sorry, we had a big jump in my brain started. Hold on. Women, when they get into a marriage, do surrender that dominion to their husband. But men also surrender the dominion of themselves to their wife. That's the bridge that gets skipped.
Well, that's not
Where the,
patriarchal.
hold on, where the men lead, the women guide. It's still a hierarchy of command. It's still a order of operation.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's
Explain
patriarchy.
to us. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm
Oh,
sorry. Go
I
ahead,
never-
please. Or
All right, so other people want to join in on this part of the conversation. Let me also say, the Cash App says spiritually, there's no patriarchy. It's about balance. Okay, and also,
yeah, I agree with them. That's why I said I don't think
No, I agree with that.
the Bible was meant to be patriarchal. I think
And the
people
Bible
interpret
isn't
it that way.
anything dealing with balance neither. The Bible has no balance. Zero.
So
if
can
you
we
have a
explain?
hierarchy,
Oh, I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I
Hey,
just wanted to know,
Steve.
like, hey, as an example of this balance. Okay, so there is a place in the Bible where it talks about if a man violates a woman's autonomy and forces access to her body, he has to marry her. So where would be the balance in terms of that woman and being violated? Is the balance then that man has to marry her? Because that doesn't really seem like balance. That seems like more abuse, actually.
Well, I thought that verse said that the man was supposed to take responsibility, i.e., he's supposed to marry her and then take care of her.
Oh,
Because
right.
he violated
Why would she want
violated
to be
her
with somebody
and
who
must now take
violated?
responsibility.
Now let's just translate that into real life. So you have a family member, she's been violated by a man. You would now say, hey, homeboy, you got to marry her now and take care of her. That's what you would tell him? Shadow?
Sorry, hands were full.
Say
So
that again?
hold on. I said sorry, my hands were full for a second.
Yeah.
So no, but I'm again, I wouldn't have even walked down that path. But again, we're talking about what the Bible is. Y'all are just asking what the Bible says.
Right.
I'm presenting it as it is. That's
Okay, so
why
now-
I say it's very patriarchal.
Right.
That's
so
why I'm saying it's patriarchal.
So
because
is-
in a situation, that man's getting rewarded for violating. But there's also a part of the Bible that says that if you violate another man's wife in the same way, you're supposed to die.
Right. So then that's patriarchy because it's the life or death isn't determined based on the man's actions. It's whether or not that woman is property of a husband.
Right.
So, but Shadow agrees that the Bible is patriarchal. Brownsville's at the moment is he doesn't agree that the Bible is patriarchal. I believe Jalen
Because
does.
it's not.
It wasn't
Okay.
harmful to women.
Well,
Right?
when he asked me the question,
Yeah.
well, Truth asked the question.
Yes.
Does patriarchy and the Bible line up together? And the answer is no, right? Because a lot of the things that y'all are talking about in the Bible is the Old Testament, right? We have to remember that men fell away from God. They decided not to follow God, right? So then there was a structure created, right, to possibly restore them back to God, but it never worked, right? And then that's why Christ came. So my emphasis on the balance and on whether or not the Bible is aligns with patriarchy is based upon Christ's words and actions. Christ uplifted women, right? He did the exact opposite of what the leaders of that time were doing. He was having conversations with women in public. He was stopping women from being stoned. He was allowing women to listen and become his apostles, right? When Martha complained about Mary sitting by his feet and learning with the men, he said, no, she's right in her proper place, right? So he was rebuking the patriarchy. He was rebuking a system that promoted these men with dangerous ideologies. So, when you ask me a question, I'm going, from beginning to the end, and I'm staying specifically with what Christ said and did.
But that's disingenuous, right? and I'm saying this because Edomman tried to pull this last week, right? So any other time, y'all can quote scripture from any part of the Bible, right? And that's supposed to be a valid response. But it's only when we start talking about this type of thing, like women's position in the Bible, or how Black people should look at the Bible, then all of a sudden we got to start dissecting the Bible, and only very specific parts are acceptable. Right now we only going based on what came out of the God mouth himself, right? And so that's very little of the Bible. And so if that's the case, and if that's the standard, then why not do away with all the rest of that crap, right? Okay, so the Old Testament is invalidated, right? We only using the parts of the New Testament where it's God saying something himself. So then that means all of that wives submit to your husband is gone, because he didn't say that. It was somebody else saying that, right?
But Diva, even Jesus said that the blood.
We only using what supposedly came out of God's mouth.
That's Paul that
but
said
the
that,
other
right?
thing
The
is
submission.
God
Paul.
was the one who impregnated a young girl, Mary, without consent. So any way you slice it is problematic.
And
Even
before
being
y'all,
very consistent.
yeah,
That's
also
But here's
the Cash App says, can the Bible be mistook as Rim or Elohim God?
Oh my God.
That's wild. That's wild. I done gone too far, Biggs. But look, though, I would say this, right? Shout out to this movie. Y'all done went too far. But look, right? On the search, though, you know what I'm saying? They said that, yes, it can be considered, the Bible can be considered very patriarchal in a few ways, right? They say it's male-centered in the lineage. From the very start, the Bible emphasizes male lineage and inheritance. It goes into that. The leadership roles, property, inheritance, and tribal identity is mostly passed through men. Religious, political, as far as the leadership role, religious, political, military leaders are overwhelmingly male. But women occasionally appear in leadership, though. They said women occasionally appear in leadership as well. Then they go into legal and social norms that many laws in the Torah and Old Testament assume male authority, husbands over wives, fathers over children, and males over their heirs. Women legal rights were limited in areas like marriage, divorce, or inheritance. They got patriarchal narratives where stories often reflect male perspectives. Conflicts, adventures, and covenants are told from men's viewpoints. And women are frequently defined in relation to the men, wives, mothers, and daughters. And then they go into the New Testament where Paul also addresses the men and the women differently. So leadership roles in the churches were generally male dominated through women like Phoebe, Priscilla, and Junia, and exceptions is that. So there's nuances. While it's patriarchal, the Bible also elevates women in ways and challenge the norms of their time. So some scholars argue that its patriarchal structure reflects the historical context of ancient Israel and surrounding societies, but not a timeless prescription. So in short, yes, the Bible is patriarchal, but it includes notable exceptions and moments where women are empowered or pivotal to the story.
Was that ChatGPT?
Yeah, he was reading it down. So
very interesting. Very
You thought that was I'm reading rainbow, reading rainbow, bomb, reading rainbow. Don't do that.
Because y'all know my stance yesterday was that the Bible, y'all don't know if it's God or Satan. right? Y'all don't know, but y'all idolize the Bible. Somebody up here, like y'all idolizing the Bible. Not even God. Y'all rarely speak about God, but y'all always talking about that Bible.
Well, Mom, to be fair, the Bible is our guidebook from God, people who follow Christ. And hold on, Brownsville,
But
you
it's
just
not
made it.
though, right?
Hold on.
Because
The
most of
Bible
it
is
didn't come
designed to
directly
be.
from him. It's coming from somebody else. And we were just
Right.
told that we can only go based on what came directly from him. Even
But
though non-consensual acts with a child or impregnation of a child was part of what came directly from him.
But Diva, even Jesus said he did not come to rewrite the rules. The Old Testament was not invalidated by Jesus. I don't know where that came from.
Well, this is what when you press these people, when you press people on it, then in an act, so you can't really nail them to that. Then it becomes, oh no, but that was the Old Testament. So apparently we don't use the Old
Because
Testament.
Eve want to eat pork. No, because Eve want to eat pork.
Yeah,
You wanna eat
God
pork.
is a male.
Just what God said, not what Paul said, or what which is what is always relayed to us, right? What Paul said about women and where they're supposed to be in relation to their husbands or whatever. So yeah, but now it's only what God said himself.
All right. I believe Jalen wanted to jump in there. Uda wanted to jump. Let's go, Jalen, then Uda.
Yeah, but back to what you talked about. No, I think it's very funny that black men thought they were going to benefit from patriarchy. I think that you were never meant to benefit from patriarchy. It's not a system that was created for black men or black people or minorities in general. And you need to accept that. That's not for you. That's not meant for you. Find something that is meant for you. Find your identity as a man outside of we need a patriarchal system. Like there's more to you as a man than that, I would hope. That you need a system to solidify that you have say in your house. I don't know. Sounds a bit weak to me.
Okay, go ahead, Uda.
Salute
I
to
want to
that.
get in after Uda.
Yeah, Beville. No, I was going to actually say Gad Beville. That's what I was actually going to say. Gad B.
Yeah, so I just think a lot of things is being misconstrued. You got to consider the time period. You're talking thousands and thousands of years ago. That's number one. And history is important, right? Which is why, the Trump administration and MAGA are trying to rewrite American history that we know to be true, right? They're removing slavery and other atrocities that has happened to black people in this country and try to make it seem like it didn't happen, right?
That's what that Bible did too, right?
Go ahead. I'll let y'all have it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Just
Yeah,
speak to the Bible,
the
erasing
thing-
stuff.
The thing is, right? Men are gonna corrupt everything. And when I say men, I'm talking about men and women, right? Because we are imperfect, right? So we are always gonna corrupt anything we touch, right? Which is why I challenge people to find error in what Christ said and did. Now, what Diva pointed out, which was interesting to me, was she brought up Mary's immaculate conception, right? So it's not like God had sex with her, right? That's not
He
true.
didn't get her consent to use her body to birth his child.
But he did get her consent.
Oh,
right?
okay.
Yeah, if you follow the conversation, he sent an angel to have a conversation with her.
And
right?
said what? Hey, Mary, he want to use your body for his child. Do you consent to that? Is that all right with you?
So here's the thing. I would encourage people to study and then you come up with your own opinion on what you've read. I'm not here to convince anyone to follow the Bible, to believe the Bible, or any of that, right? You gotta, it's a walk that people have to walk individually, right? So whatever you subscribe to spiritually, that's your choice. That's between you and the God that you follow, right?
But that's it, with all due respect. So the thing is, if you said that though, the angel said something to her, right? The angel came to her, told her she was highly favored, she shouldn't be afraid, and she was going to conceive by the Holy Spirit and bear a son named Jesus. Is that what the angel told her?
Yeah, paraphrasing, yes.
Right, but so that's not getting consent. That's coming and telling her, and she was a minor, remember?
But God, so you're talking God, right? So what do you mean? Like God, what do we gotta get consent? God doesn't need our consent to do anything.
Yes, yes.
He can destroy the world by
Yeah,
blinking
because
his
free
eyes.
will,
He doesn't
remember?
need
No,
consent.
free will.
That's ridiculous, Diva.
That's not ridiculous. If God said we got free will and he ain't gonna force us to do nothing, well, then certainly he has to get consent to use someone as a portal to birth his child.
We don't control when we wake up. We don't control when we die.
That's not what
Right.
God said. God himself said we got free will.
God controls that. What is some
No,
things
but
that
God
we can
said we
control,
got free
but there's others
will.
that we can't control. And you
Yeah,
know
but
this.
we got free will and we can certainly control whether or not we're impregnated. That's the whole issue of consent.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. God is I don't pretend to put myself equal to God and know things of God and know what God should do or shouldn't do. And I would suggest that, you know, people don't do that as well, because to me that's kind of, you know, ignorant to put
Thank you for
yourself
ourselves, you mean?
in a position to where you're equal with God and you can determine how God moves, thinks, and operates. Nobody can determine that. We're finite creatures.
I thought we
God
supposed to
is
get to
infinite.
know him.
He's all-knowing. He's omnipotent. He's omnipresent, right? He can do whatever he wants to do when he wants to do it.
No, that sounds like a get out of free.
So somebody suggested I read a specific verse.
I'm gonna lay it out for you right now, PhD. I'm gonna lay it out right for quick
Go
before
ahead,
Bomb
sir.
get in there. Right quick, and then you get in there, Bomb. Look, I ain't got to go into spit, but I'll tell you exactly where they come if you want me to. They said Gabriel tells Mary God's plans. They say, greeting. You who are highly favored, the Lord is with you. You will conceive and give birth to a son, and you are to call him Jesus. Now, in another part, they say
No.
in Luke 1.
Hold
Hold
on,
on, look, let me get it go down.
Okay, hold on. No, because now you're going back. Let me go ahead.
Where?
So
We
the
skip
Luke
past
1
them.
verse 1
Skip
and
past them.
38 says
There's a whole
no,
conversation
going
that
somewhere
happens.
different. I wasn't talking about that.
What? She concedes to it.
Mary
She said,
submits
I am his
to
servant.
it, right?
I am going to do it.
I am the servant of the Lord. Let
Yes.
it be to
138.
me according to your word. Now, this is an underage girl, and it says that she records her humble submission. What's the definition of submission? Yielding to the authority of somebody else. So she wasn't in a position to do anything other than submit, correct?
Yes, and we're not
Right.
into
So she did not have a choice. It's called, and it violates what God
That's
told
all
us
of us,
himself. We
Diva.
had free will. So thank you, wife school. But maybe you need to start reading for understanding, my love, because that doesn't change anything.
It's the same, right?
Right.
But you got to understand
Go
these
ahead and
men
ban
do
me for
not
Jesus
understand.
if you want to, but I ain't gonna do it.
Yeah, the men are willing to have the power over women, so they're okay. But if it was men who have to submit to women, then they wouldn't like it neither, right? But this is the thing. I thought we supposed to read the Bible and his words for understanding. But somebody just told us, no, it's not for us to understand. We just need to follow. We need to follow whether we agree or not, because we can never understand because he's all-knowing. But he was all-knowing that he know we having this discussion today. He knew a long time ago we were going to have this discussion.
Let's read some of these super chats. Go ahead, Diva, if you're willing to. I'm not sure. Let me ask for your consent first. Yeah.
That's right. I consent, good sir.
Corinne
Corinne Mackey, $2. Hearts Love King, I got $1. Thank you.
This okay.
Phil James 1, $5. So I a great woman's experience passed to her child.
What the heck?
That's
They talk
epigenetic.
about the epigenetics. Yeah, I think that's what he was trying to say. Yeah.
Acid bath. What? B5G, $2. This what religions do to get control. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Shiesty bum, $2. Religious men are red flags. Kulu live streaming, $3.69, $2. A minor can't consent to being impregnated.
Dang.
I never read the
Weird that
Bible.
we're all equating.
I can't wait to see what they say about patriarchy, though.
Where are
can't
all
wait
the
to see
women
What that
God?
mean?
Wouldn't it make more sense that a woman is God than a man?
So
It would make sense that God is both in all of that. It
God is
embodies
not
everything.
a man or a woman.
It embodies all of that. And God,
He's a
God would
spirit.
embody a man
God
and a
is a
woman.
spirit.
Then
God
why
would
is he
embody all
referred to as he in the Bible throughout? He.
That's
Right.
a good question.
Oh,
That's a good question.
That's a good
we
question.
know how to read.
I tried to run down that question too. I have tried to, but it leads you back to some kind of patriarchal type of thing, I think. Because I tried to run down that question. I think, a
Right,
while
because
ago.
the father is an inherent leader. Again, based on the Bible, so we refer to God as the Father.
But we are
We refer
questioning
to-
the Bible. Why you keep giving us answers based on the Bible? We ask why,
You just have,
and so I'm asking the question again. Why wouldn't it make more sense that God would be a woman than a man?
No,
God
is a spirit.
is.
God is a spirit. I am who I am. When they ask God, who should I say sent me? He said, I am who I am.
What does that have to do with my question? I am who I am. Could be saying his name or not his name. He said, I am who I am. He's not saying that I'm a woman or a man. So I'm asking, wouldn't it make more sense though? My question is,
No.
wouldn't it make more sense that the sex that birth children would be a woman?
Bob, the answer to your
Instead
question
of a
is
real
yes,
of
it
a
would make
man,
more
a
sense.
real of a man. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes. What you're based on your question, God is a woman as well. God is capital I. God is
Okay,
not
well
one
then
or
why
the
is he
other.
never referred to as she in there?
So
Or
are we
even
saying-
they. Or
so
even
what-
they.
so- hold on. So what is God's pronouns now?
He.
No,
They never say
automatically
it.
describe God as he automatically. And that made me think about it like a long time as a kid. I think I was young when I was thinking about that. Automatically.
Don't
we
say
refer to
it.
God.
It don't say
Yeah,
they.
but the God is the spirit.
Don't
Yeah.
say he.
All right,
God has
so-
no sex.
All right.
But
So
it-
when he said he's a father, are we saying that he was so that he could be a woman too? So when women say, "Hey, I need my Father's Day card too," is all
Don't do
good?
that. Sir, don't do that.
It's so stupid.
I just want to know, is it all good? I just want to know, is it all good now? That's all I just want to know.
You know, that's why I think the conversation in itself is disingenuous, because those monikers that are given to God are given by men, and God has always told humans, he says, my thoughts are not your thoughts, my ways are not your ways. That's what he said in Isaiah 55:8. And you'll find numerous in a multitude of scriptures to where God is clearly separating from man and letting it know, no, it's a different level. I'm at the highest level that you could ever even imagine. Matter of fact, you can't even imagine in your finite mind the level that I'm at, right? So I just think the conversation in itself is kind of ridiculous.
It's not though. Because again, it says something, right? And it says he. It didn't say it. And even though these things have been translated, this is the stuff that y'all are taking and trying to put out there and tell women that we should base our behavior on. So then we can't say, oh, well, don't really pay attention to this part or only pay attention to this, because realistically, even the stuff that came out of God's mouth was written by man, right? What man was there to hear God think through the process of creating the world in 7 days? Who was there to record that? Right? And so we know it's all written by men. But we can still go back to those original texts or whatever, and there are different words that differentiate men from women, right? And so even if we want to say God is he because he's the Father, then what about the Holy Spirit, which by all accounts should be the feminine principle of the Trinity, but it is not. The Holy Spirit is also referred to as he. And it's a spirit. It's in the name. So we know the Holy Spirit is a spirit.
All right. You got it, Mom. You want to?
No, I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing. The Trinity should, if we talk about the, well, I'm gonna leave it alone. Listen, they had other religions before Christianity, and they do believe in women who are gods. And so that's more balanced. It makes sense, right? It's balanced when you're talking about the femininity and the masculinity, the man and the woman. But in this Bible, it's the man, he's the head, and then the woman, and then the child. And so that's a hierarchy. That's no balance in that. But men
so
want
can I
to
ask you a
be,
question,
they want to
Walter?
be in control. And since they want to be in control, it makes sense to them that it's balanced because the man got to be in control. But that's not balanced.
Can I ask you a question, Queen?
Oh, most definitely. Mhm.
So what book are you referring to when you say that there's a book that's more balanced than the Bible that prioritizes women as gods? What book
Have you heard of Buddhism, Hinduism, the older religions than Christianity?
And you're saying in those books, right? They're written from a woman's point of view.
No, I'm saying that they believe in balance. They focus in balance. That's where you get yin and yang from.
Are you sure? So if I tell you that there's tenets in Hinduism and also tenets in Buddhism, which diminishes women, would you be surprised or shocked?
No, I wouldn't be shocked. Are you saying that the entire Buddhism and Hinduism are against women? Or because in those biblicals there are women gods, goddesses, and there's balance. If there's a man, a woman god, then there's a male god in that same realm.
No, what I'm saying to you, Queen, is that none of those books, and there's no spiritual books that you can find that was written thousands of years ago that's written in a woman's point of view. Not one.
What are you talking about? Why do you think there's, so you're saying there's no women? I'm not sure what you mean in a woman's point of view. I'm not sure what you mean. Is your Bible written in a woman's point of view? You
What
don't
he's
even
saying
know
is
if
like
the Bible
people are like,
is-
oh,
But I was talking about balance. So, there's religions that believe more in nature, right? Like I said, yin and yang. Some of the most things that we believe that is morally balanced doesn't come from Christianity, Bible.
Okay.
So it
So,
comes
Bomb.
Go ahead.
There's parts
So-
of the Bible that are written in the feminine voice.
right. That's what I was about to say.
Songs.
Got Diva.
Oh no.
Wait, Diva
So
was talking. That's why I stopped.
oh, okay. No, so yeah, so we can, and there are other books too, right? Quote unquote holy books that were written in by women or in the feminine voice. Right. So one is in Hedjuana's hymns. And that's from the ancient Near East, ancient Greece, Sappho's hymns, right? Gospel of Mary used to be a part of early Christianity, but remember a lot of these books get removed, and then there were, if we look at like Indians that were their Vedic texts, they have several that were written by women.
Also, let me while y'all think about what Diva just said, we got the cash up. It says, did the religion remove divine feminine energy?
No, it didn't. And I'm actually going to address what Diva said earlier. Actually, when they think about the Holy Spirit, it is considered God's feminine. It's why it's always referred to as the Holy Spirit in wisdom, the Holy Spirit in nature. All those aspects of the feminine nature are literally referred to as the Holy Spirit, which is generally presented as the dove. That dove is the Holy Spirit, the feminine aspect of God. God, the Father, is limited, is based on our creation, our body. But everything regarding the body, everything regarding our growth and wisdom are all referred to by the Holy Spirit, i.e. the dove. The Holy Trinity, Jesus was the balance between the two.
No,
That wasn't the
because he's
question.
still referred to as he. The Holy Spirit is still referred to as he.
Not in Isaiah.
Oh, how many times? Okay, is Isaiah the only book that the Holy Spirit is mentioned in?
Not in Matthew.
Okay, again, is that the only book that they're mentioned in?
No, but what my point is, we're saying, so we as humans, when we interpret the Bible, interpret God's word or will, we try to humanize what we believe God's interpretation is. We try to diminish what's actually being said and done to satisfy our ability to miscommunicate with it. So in a way that we can understand, we're trying to compress the infinite into a finite amount. And because that's not really possible, because that doesn't actually work, we end up basically equating it to something we do understand. So when the Bible is written by men, they relate it to something they understand, men.
Oh, so they didn't understand women despite being birthed by women, marrying women, having girls as children who would grow up into women. That's not a real, regardless of why they did it, right? And so, again, it's referred to as he in several books of the Bible, right? John, right? Romans, Acts, Ephesians, 1 Corinthians. And so to sit up here and try to act like a couple books where it may not be referred to as he is supposed to be our takeaway, that's very disingenuous. And one of the things that like confuses me is why Black Christians have such a difficult time dealing with the Bible head on. We just going by the words that's in it, which is what we're told we're supposed to go by. But then when we start going by the words that's in it, now we got to make all these different caveats. And, we got to start dissecting it and throwing away some of it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
But Diva,
you're saying Diva. But to break it down, instead of just thinking opinion and just what we think, all right? In biblical language, the original languages, Hebrew, the Old Testament, the word for spirit is Rosh, and which is a feminine in grammatical gender. So an example, Rosh Elohim is the spirit of God, which appears in Genesis 1:1. Now in Greek in the New Testament, the word for spirit is pneuma, which is neuter, not masculine nor feminine. An example in John 14:26, but the advocate, the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name. So they said that masculine pronouns were used, but they said the early church fathers generally treated the Holy Spirit as a masculine when speaking in relation to the Trinity. So some modern scholars and feminist theologians point out that Hebrew roots suggest a feminine aspect to God's spirit, especially as a life-giving, nurturing, and wisdom-bringing presence from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? So we seeing that more in the Old Testament and not in the New. This is what this would say. Yeah.
So,
it came.
I don't think Shadow answered the question, which the question asked, does the Bible suppress or whatever divine feminine energy? I think he decided to go on his own diatribe.
Yeah,
So
I apologize if I didn't answer that, but no, I don't believe it suppresses the feminine energy. I actually believe it nurtures it through that protection. Because you got to understand my belief and what I was raised to understand is the fact that men are by nature designed to give up anything for the women in their lives.
Are they doing that?
what they're doing and what they're supposed to do don't have to be the same thing. I'm just saying what we're supposed to do. You're saying what we are doing. That's a difference.
Right, but what we're supposed to do is irrelevant if nobody's doing it.
Well, we can't say
what
nobody
women
because
are
there's
actually
good.
dealing with is what people are actually doing.
But Diva, what I'm saying is, while I understand where you're coming from, I'm disagreeing with you because you're making it a totality statement. Not all men are going against that overall protection and sacrifice for their wives. That's not something that all men are doing.
It doesn't have to be all. What percentage of people of the population would need to start revolting in order for to bring down the country? What
About
percentage?
about 38%.
No, it's much less than that. It's actually about 3% of the population start acting up, and it's all gonna start tumbling down, right? And so, if we got as small as 3% of men of the population of men who ain't doing the right thing, right, then that causes a huge problem in society. But we know that the percentage is much larger than 3%. And so again, to sit there and try to harp on what the Bible say you should be doing when we got a lot of people who are doing the exact opposite, and society actually reinforces people doing the opposite, then it kind of becomes irrelevant, right? If it can't adapt to the situation that we actually are in. Don't tell me what we should be unless you got a prescription for getting there from where we currently are.
I do have a prescription for getting there. The prescription of getting there is to actually. Wait, no, but again, there is a prescription for getting there, but people don't follow said prescription. So the question is, how do we get people back to the prescription? We can't even start the race because we don't know what the beginning line is. Everybody's so stuck on individuality, which is not core to what love is. You have to understand two things. One, that God is, and two, that God is love. Love by definition is to put people before yourself. And you can't do that if you're focusing entirely on individuality. That's just not possible.
Do you believe in love? Are you a person who loves others?
Yes,
because
absolutely.
I've heard your viewpoints even politically. And no, you're not. You don't like y'all blind to what y'all reality. You're blind to what you even believe. See,
but I still believe in. Oh, sorry, Vaughn. Continue.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I didn't know you were still talking. Sorry.
Okay. Well, you don't believe in love unless they got to be from a certain country. They got to be a certain color. They got to be a certain sex. They got to have a certain sexuality. Like that's what that's what I'm hearing from most of y'all who claim y'all conservative and that y'all believe in the Bible.
Wait, Bomb, on top of it, we gotta limit our expectations on what he can do financially. We gotta live the lifestyle they want to live. Girls' trips, a lot of them don't want us to have fun with other women and be in communion with other women with them, because if we do, they feel like we're gonna do some unruly stuff. Like, it's just so many limitations around being a woman while trying to love a man. It's insane. She can't. It's like she has to turn into this whole new person that you deem fit in order for you to love her.
But Jalen, what you're saying, while not untrue, is also something that men are supposed to do for women. When a man and a woman become one, they change the entirety of who they are.
And that's a beautiful thing. But what do they actually do?
I'm speaking as somebody who did change when I got married. The person that I am now is not, but hold on. I'm one example, but again, look at Sharon. Sharon's an example. Again, you can't tell me I don't believe in love when it's one of my core tenets.
No, you want to just love the woman you married, but that's not what God says. Why you want to just put on protecting your wife and your children, but love is humanity. If it's balanced, you should love others, right? And certain things about others. And you shouldn't not like them or not love them due to their sexuality. Skin color. Like I've already gone through this.
No, right. And so that's why I was going to say about
Sharon?
Like Sharon, when he was not married, doing whatever he was doing, but when he got married, he is a husband.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he moves as a husband does. He moves
Yeah.
as a father does. But again, people who actually take that time to be better when you have to change for the person that you're with, the person that you're designed to protect, you are going to by nature. You have to, because otherwise y'all aren't going to make it. That's why the divorce rate is so high, because everybody's worried about what they get out of it first. I don't
No,
care
it's
what I
not.
get out of it. I care about, but again, hold up, but
I-
Bomb,
I-
let me address
You
what you
got
just
some-
said. Hold up,
Okay,
I need to, wait, do I need to address Jalen or Bomb first? Because I don't want to
Whoever you
mix
want,
it.
babe. I'm
Sorry.
sorry.
Really quick, I appreciate you giving your experience, and I'm not refuting your experience. I'm refuting you using your experience to paint a broad brush on what men do majority of the time, which they do not.
Jalen, to be fair, what I'm saying isn't something that is the experience that everybody goes through. But what I am saying is that a lot of people, as funny enough, based on the conversation that we're having based on this video, a lot of men are not taught to love broadly. They're not taught to put somebody else before them. They're taught to put the dick first. And if we're going to be real about it, that's counterproductive to love. People keep talking about all these females that are 304s and whatever the case may be. But guess what? It's the men who are helping create it. Women can't have sex by themselves. Women can't have sex by
So
themselves.
let me
if we
go back
expect
to
them,
asking you my
okay.
original question when we first started interacting. How can you say a patriarchal society is not detrimental to women when you can acknowledge the reality of what men do?
Because I believe it is the abuse of patriarchy that people do. They take the power that's entrusted to them, and then they abuse that power to then take advantage of the people around them. And that's not what patriarchy is supposed to be. A true patriarchy is supposed to protect everybody under them, meaning women and children, no matter what the case is. But a lot of
Is that
people
what the
don't want to.
definition of patriarchy is? Maybe I'm confused. Baby,
No,
am
it's
I
not.
confused or you confused? Because
I think he wants to paint a beautiful picture of what patriarchy is, but that's not what
It
patriarchy is.
embodies much more than that. It's an aspect of patriarchy because we lived in a time before when maybe life was more not least expectant. You know what I mean? People died, people got killed anytime. You know what I mean? So it was different. So that's where some of that structure came in. But I wouldn't say it's, you know what I mean? It could be a good thing for us. I wouldn't say.
They say it's a social system which positions the authorities are primarily men, right? Controlled by the father and the eldest male. Groups of males.
He's frozen right now, so.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. I'm loving the build that. There you go. He's back now. You on mute, by the way.
Sorry, I was still listening. So, Bomb, was that the end of what you were saying?
That's what it means. So I think you have your terms confused. It's not a good thing. It could be. I mean, no, it can't be a good thing. Now, matriarchal is controlled by women. So, which one you trust more in the world? If you want a safe place to be, because you have to protect women from whom? Who you have to protect women from?
Primarily men.
Okay.
But
so
again,
you wouldn't have to do that if the men wasn't as aggressive and thinking they could take somebody, and if he get caught, just marry her, right? Give her dad some money and marry her. Now she's forced to be married. She don't have no say with none of this. Her daddy and this man who took her. That's in the Bible, right?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. But again, patriarchy, like chivalry is part of patriarchy, right? And what is chivalry? It's literally, hold on. It's valor and integrity when regarding specifically women. That's why
Shadow. Right. And chivalry is dead, right? That's what they've been telling us for the last 30 years. Chivalry is dead.
When the chivalry
Chivalry
is
is not
put
dead, it's only
behind a
sleeping.
wall, of
Well,
sex
sleeping mean
because
it ain't
you
up and awake and
acknowledge
doing his job.
when chivalry is put behind a paywall of
Mm.
sex, when you acknowledge that
Ooh.
men think with their dick, then why, again, I'm asking you, how can you say patriarchy benefits with, like, I
Because Jalen,
don't get it.
abusing chivalry, i.e., only being chivalrous when sex is involved. It's not the same thing as being chivalrous. That is still
Okay,
making it transactional.
let me put this in a
Any
personal
relationship
perspective
that
for
is
you.
okay. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a daughter?
Yes.
How would you feel if your daughter got tricked out of her virginity because a boy told her that if you love me, you'll do ABC? How would you feel about that? If he ran game on her?
I mean, I'm a father, so I'd feel some kind of way about it.
Okay. So,
But as a man, oh, go ahead.
so if you would feel some type of way about it, what in a patriarchal society where our autonomy and our voice is taken, why would you still say that it's beneficial for us to be in that type of predicament when you know the nature of men in 2026 is not really that chivalrous, not really that of high morality? Like, you know this, you know men. You would warn your daughters about men, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Okay. So
Okay.
hold on, Jalen. So I'm agree with you, and I'm gonna disagree with you at the same point. So yes, if my daughter was tricked out of her virginity because another little boy decided to run game, keep in mind, even in that sentence alone, you're running game. You are literally doing something. You're faking something with the intent of getting something beneficial from it. But
Well,
if
most men teach their boys about running game on girls, don't they? I've heard it.
mo-
They
you know
do.
what, actually, that's fair.
Okay
But you
then.
got to but again,
So it's a
I
reality that
so
most
how
of
do
y'all who are fathers that have daughters, more than likely she might be tricked or get her game ran on her at some point in her life.
but again, while I can even accept that, right?
So the protection is out the window. The value, considering us
No,
valuable, is
it's
out the
still
window.
supposed to be there.
It is,
Again,
but it's
we're
not.
not teaching because we're not teaching it doesn't mean that it's not supposed to be there. It's literally
Okay,
the
you're talking
conversation
about
we
what it's
have here all
supposed
the
to be.
time.
But you
That's what we
want
have here every day. This
Okay,
conversation.
I understand that. You're talking about what's supposed to be, and I agree with you on what it's supposed to be. However, you're saying you still want to implement it, knowing that it's not what it's supposed to be, which is why I keep asking you the same question.
Example. Just because there's a bunch of bad ICE agents doesn't mean that the ICE agency is a bad agency.
It
You see what,
is
but it's
when
not. It
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 is
has an
is.
inherent
when women
purpose.
commune together and can have literally the same story about how men have treated them disrespectfully,
Right.
unfairly, or have tried to run some type of game on them to get access to them sexually. If women can commune with each other and have that same experience, then how can you tell us that it's beneficial for us to be under you if you
You know
don't
the answer to
value
that.
us and you don't protect us?
That means we need better men.
Okay, so it takes more than just one generation to create that, right? It takes more than just 2 years for that to happen, right? Like, as much as y'all want this to happen in your lifetime, it more than likely will not. And you will have to teach your daughters and the women around you how to protect themselves. Because under a patriarchal society in which we live in America, as much as y'all love to deny that it exists, it
No,
does.
it definitely is.
It's very
It's
evident.
definitely patriarchal. Yeah, absolutely.
You have to teach your daughters how to protect themselves because unfortunately most men will not do it in 2026.
Okay,
Right. So I had
let me read
oh,
this
sorry.
let me read this cash app. It says, ask the women, do the Bible put men in delusion? We start with Jalen.
Yes. Yes, because they feel as though they have all the tools to be able to live the way God has said they're supposed to live. And you're supposed to be living righteously. And most of y'all are not. You deserve an unrighteous woman if you're an unrighteous man. That's what the Bible says. So the fact that all of y'all who are liars, cheaters, manipulators, you steal, you've been to jail, you've done all this shit, and you still expect a righteous, good, like it's what? Like, and you haven't changed?
Damn.
But Jalen,
Can I say something?
But Jalen, I've
Let the
been
ladies
all the
finish
things you
answering.
just named.
Let the ladies finish
Oh,
answering
I
first.
apologize.
Go
My
ahead,
bad.
Bob Terry. Do the
Well, that
Bible
was
put
PhD.
men?
Oh,
Do the Bible put men in delusion, Bob Terry?
yes, most definitely. They think they're supposed to be the head because they were
Mm.
born with a penis. You know, that's
Dang.
so they think they're supposed to be the head, and they supposed to have some woman who gonna, be after him and be submissive to him, just simply because he was born of a certain gender.
Damn.
And that's delusion.
Sheesh. PhD Diva, do you think the Bible put men in delusion?
No, but only because I don't even think they, read the Bible for real. They got a couple, verses that scriptures they can use to try to, use against women. But other than that, they aren't really even reading what the Bible says clearly. But again, I think they just think you want to use the Bible to try and control women's behavior. They're not really, about that life for themselves.
Speaking of reading, you want to read this, P.S. Eva?
Certainly, sir. Full Circle, 1959, $10. Sharon, I forgot to let you know I recently purchased 2 books. The Evolution of Conscious Matrix for Cracking the Genetic Code and The Third Eye, Where It All Begins by Sophia Stewart, a Black woman. You forgot to close the first parenthesis, sir.
They tried to steal it from her, too. And she kind of won and she kind of didn't at the same time. Shout out to Sophia Stewart.
Is it good?
Sharon.
Uh-oh.
I want to tell you something right quick. You know
Okay.
something, most black women love liars and cheaters and pookies and ray rays.
I
They don't
didn't know.
like a good man. What you say?
I did not know that, Jalen. Thank you.
Yeah, most black women love jailbirds. They rather date a bomber and a loser before they date a good man. It's just how it is. They do it backwards.
Are you a good man, Jalen?
That's funny because I do background checks on all men. that
Jalen,
try to
are you a
catch
good
me.
man?
That's funny.
Are you a good
I don't
woman,
mess with felons.
PhD?
I'm asking you. I just want to know: are you one of the good men that they're overlooking, or are you one of the bad boys that they chasing? Are you a bad boy, Jalen?
No,
Or
I
a good man?
had black women talking about, oh, you're lame and corn. They walked away from me.
Okay, so you the good man that
So
they
you're one of the good men that the black women be skipping over.
right.
Yes, right.
What makes you a good man?
Yeah, because black women love liars and cheaters.
What makes
No,
you a
what
good
makes
man
you
though?
a good man is what the question was.
Like doing things was right. And next, they overturn me.
Huh?
Him changing his own diaper.
What?
That
Boncher,
Vaseline that's on
something?
his
You a feminist.
Before it get
Boncher, you are a
crazy.
feminist.
Before it get crazy, no.
No
Get pressed
way.
about what?
No way.
No, we in the green. We're gonna keep it that way. Goddamn.
Oh my gosh.
So I think there's something really important. How do we understand who taught us how to have power, how to exercise our power?
Let's go. This is what I was saying, guys. Just listen, try to hear me. I hate to sound like the grandfather, but I am. Is when you meet a woman who maybe has gone through trauma and has come out of that trauma and has fixed herself in terms of her tone and respect to a man, and she's gentle, she disarms you. But if you never seen that, you don't even know how to react to it. And in the beginning, when I met my girl, I was so fucking mean and I was tough and I was all out there and I was all over the place and I was disrespectful. And whether it's dopamine or oxytocin, I put all that shit in her face and I crushed her. This really happened. And I called my partner, and one of my partners was a thug. He said, fix it. My other partner said, when you hurt someone, where you leave them is where they stay. If we talk.
What?
When you hurt someone, where you leave them is where they stay.
It's last interaction logic.
Again, we benefit from patriarchy. How?
I don't know what that has to do with patriarchy. That's just
by going through
abuse.
trauma, because after he
Are
put
these
you
the
on that
men
trauma,
we expect them
that's how
to
he
be
knows.
leaders? That you hurt somebody, you leave them where they at? What? Huh?
No, that's not what he said. He said when you hurt somebody, that is where they stay. What that means is if I sit here and me and you have a thing, and then I do everything in my power to break you down because that's where I want you to be, the next time you deal with me, even after we're done in the future, you're going to remember everything I did to you, and that pain is going to come right back with you.
Well, that's not exactly what he's saying, exactly the way you're saying. What he's saying is, if when he break this woman down, right, hurt her, then the next man or the next people who enter her life, she'll remember that hurt and she'll push that on to him. Because remember, she was vulnerable to him. She corrected herself, and out of some reason, he thought he had to crush her. You know, like when a woman says that she a black girl magic, or she's healed, or she's independent, right? Where she fixed herself, and then a man comes along who she opening up to, and he just want to smack her down, let her know you ain't all that.
Because he's not used to it. Because that's what he said. He said because he's not used to seeing a woman that is being feminine and friendly.
Again, the divine feminine that they love to say they want, but they always got to knock her down a peg. They always got to knock her down a peg to make sure she.
Feminists hate black men.
Those are not good men. You can't equate that to people who actually care. But there are men who actually care. Hold on.
Right. So,
Hold on.
So, Josh, you say that to say majority of men are opposite of what Clifton Powell was talking about?
No, what I'm saying is most men who are actually good men, ironically, I agree with, I forget his name. Jalen. I agree with Jalen. Most men who are normally good men don't end up in relationships because they get looked over by the very women that are looking for them.
That's crazy.
That's
because
crazy.
Hold on. Let's talk. Hold on. Then let's talk actual statistics. There's a lot of women who have literally had kids with people that they have admitted were bums, who have admitted were bad. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me finish. Let me finish running it. Hold up. Hey, yeah, he was abusive.
That's your problem.
Yeah,
you gotta keep
me
it
crazy.
Even when you're wrong, you just gotta keep it because you gotta get it out. Because you're gonna show me you masculine. Go ahead, baby.
No, it ain't about bomb. Come on, we're better than that, bomb.
That was a good one, bomb. I like it.
You're lucky you.
I don't want no. I don't want no smoke bomb. No, but there's a lot of people who would admit to have. Oh, I was with this dude who put his hands on me for 4 years. My comment would have been like, "Why the fuck were you? Sorry, why are you still there?"
That's $2.
Yeah.
Y'all know me. I'm gonna say my money.
Have you ever got beat on like that? Have you ever got beat on like that? Clifton Powell just said it. If you hurt somebody that bad, that's where they stay, right?
Hey, hold up. Let me say my $2 real quick.
That's why she's
hold up.
saying.
I'll answer your question real quick. I need to send this $2 real quick.
Oh,
not only that. Okay, cool.
We know a bunch of dudes, and in my generation, and Josh knows this, Sharif might know this, but there's a bunch of dudes that saw their girlfriend about to leave. They saw the signs, and they purposely impregnated that girl to try to keep the relationship going on longer. Like that.
I was watching Grits and Eggs podcast. Love him down. I love his podcast. He even said he know his homeboys personally that done trapped women by getting them pregnant on purpose because they knew that she was leaving. What?
And it'll make it harder for the next guy. You know, that's her thinking, is that as the next guy wouldn't want to be with them because they have like they have a kid, and it makes the woman stay around a little bit longer because of the kid. You know what I mean? So I know a bunch of guys, it's majority of guys that did that were in relationships that were abusive, that weren't working out, and they purposely got the girl pregnant to try to keep the girl around. So that's like a lot of the cases that Josh is talking about.
Sharon,
They'll
I don't know if
claim
you
that we
reacted
entrap
to
men.
the game at all and his baby mama and the part. I don't know if any of y'all have watched it. It's a very sad but interesting thing to watch. The game actually told his baby mama in front of her, to her face, I mean, I really only got with you because you were pretty. You were fine. And basically said he likes impregnating fine women.
Game.
That was her purpose.
Yeah, these men been saying this for years. They've been coming on streams and saying they want to settle down. She's fine, and he don't really want to be with her, but he'll impregnate her and make her sit down. So so now he got access, even though he don't really want her.
Damn.
He connected through a baby, but they claim that we will purposely entrap men.
I don't know how you purposely entrap a man when they gotta ejaculate. I don't know how that works.
Yeah,
I don't know how you entrap a man.
Before is that
not ejaculate.
we know
You just
when
not ejaculate
we're about
inside
to-
her.
Yeah, we know when we're about to, finish, or we're about to, come. So we can easily pull out 10 seconds prior to we know it's about to come. So I agree with you on that.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Let's see.
But hold on, this is the conversation we keep having. I always say this isn't a one-way street, and I don't like the fact that we talk about it as if it is.
It is. It's a
I think
Hold
if
on.
you believe in the Bible, Shadow, the accountability falls on you first, and because by proxy, it falls to me. But it's you first,
No,
right?
and now I
'Cause
do
you're the
agree with
head.
that.
So
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
why
That's
I'm
it.
making it.
That's what we
That's why
said.
I'm making it sound the way I do, because since y'all want to have the leadership role and you love patriarchy so much, guess where all the accountability falls, regardless of the decision I make, regardless of my behavior, it falls to you, because that's the reality you want to live in. So that's why I'm talking about it one-sided, because in reality, the accountability usually is one-sided in a patriarchal system. It falls to you. My behavior
Now,
falls to you.
And
here's
it's
that.
so anyway, even if no matter what you do, see, I taught my sons, you don't want to have children, don't give out the seed, right? Don't do it. You could cover it up with a a condom, or y'all, that pull-out method don't work all the time, because my kids are pull-out babies. But anyway,
Shit,
what
that's
I'm
a lie.
saying,
That's a lie, dog. They ain't pull nothing out.
they ain't pull out quick enough.
I'm done with Bob.
He meant to do that, huh, Sharon? Huh? He meant to do it.
Okay, Bob, go ahead.
Yeah,
But I didn't
believe
have sex with a woman either.
Thank
you ain't never
David.
had sex with
Look,
a woman. Anyway,
I can't
so
pull
what
out
I'm
a parking spot,
Let Bob
so
finish your thought. Hold on, y'all. Let Bob finish your thought. Go ahead, Bob.
yeah. So what I'm saying, I told them they can cover up, wrap it up, right? And then they'll have no reason to blame nobody except themselves. But if you uncover, baby, it's on you, because she can get pregnant without you.
That's it.
That's it.
And that's why we gotta focus on the focus. We cannot say, hey, we gotta make it equal. No, it ain't time to equal nothing out yet. Now until men get the proper therapy that they need, and then we could talk about the other half. But until men get their ish together, and we stop having 70-year-old men figuring out what love is and how to treat a woman right, we cannot be talking about the woman, because clearly that woman was doing all the right things, dealing with. We cannot keep trying to make it like it's an equal thing, especially when men are coming out at 70 years old and saying all the wrong things that he was doing, and he didn't learn it until 7. So we can't keep saying, but the women's as well. We just
bro, he literally
can't-
said he
you
didn't learn
can't-
how to be
You
monogamous
can't
until the
keep
day
bringing
before.
up how it's a collaborative effort when you
Right,
want it
it's
to
not.
be a hierarchy. Like, how the fuck? What? It's you.
So
It's
wait,
your
hold on.
fault.
No, there's a double side to that coin. If
No,
I
it's
as a
not.
man,
Hold on.
hold on.
Shadow, but the problem is we can't keep saying that is double-sided to the conversation because he is self-admitting that at 70 he figured things out. Other men as well, they didn't figure it out until after they did all the until their woman was going to leave him. Then they realized how much they loved their woman. Until
He's
this
probably not a
happened.
good example.
So that's why we can't keep trying to add women into it when we are talking about men need to change their part. Men need to get mature sooner, quicker, faster. We cannot keep trying to add women and try to put some kind of just because we have women that are bad examples in the world to try to put them into the conversation where we know majority of men are not doing the right things.
Okay, but here's the thing. Also, we need to stop as adults promoting to people, especially kids, teenagers who are going through the hormonal thing. Like here's the lesson. Once my first boy turns 12, I'm gonna tell him the same lesson I'm gonna give everybody else in that line. Hey, do not have sex with somebody you're not trying to marry. End of story. Because
But
that will prevent a whole lot of problems.
Why'd you start the beginning of that statement gender neutral? Adults. Men need to teach that.
No, because get this, so actually I would have agreed with that if I actually, but most men aren't being raised by men.
And whose fault is that?
Wait, hold on. So now we're jumping
Your
conversations.
hierarchy,
That's
whose fault is
hold on.
that?
That's a whole nother conversation. But
That's
I'm
not.
saying
It's not. You could just take accountability.
no.
And
Again,
be honest.
By even stating that it's clear.
Unless you like a collaborative lifestyle, which if you do, you do. But you gotta.
But hold on,
you gotta
I
pick
live
one.
a collaborative lifestyle. But I
Okay,
live
so
a
why are you
collaborative
talking about the
lifestyle.
hierarchy
Wait,
then?
based on because even when I'm the leader, I'm still making decisions that if I'm not sure what to do, who's the first person I'm supposed to go to? My wife.
The weaker vessel, the one
No,
that's below
wait a minute.
you.
You called it weaker. That's
weaker
what
vessel?
you're putting on it, not what I'm putting on it.
That's how it's help me weaker vessel. A lot of men call us the weaker vessels. So, yeah, that's not a me ideology. That's a male ideology.
I mean, I'm telling you specifically, I understand what there is a specific role for men and women throughout life as a whole. And again, and understanding
Besides having
what that role
children,
is.
besides having children, what is these different roles that just for women and just for men?
Women are specifically generally wiser than men. Like they mature fast. Yeah, I say that wholeheartedly. I mean that shit.
Women are wiser than men, but men make
wiser.
all the decisions.
That's crazy work.
Because
what?
Hold up. Wait a minute. Because hold on. So okay.
So so hold on. Before we move forward, and we talking about wiseness. Who should be the leader in situations? The wise person or the person that takes longer to be wise?
I don't like that question, so don't even give me that.
Because you got
that's a really that question. No, because that question is presented in a bad way, and I don't like the way it's presented.
It's not presented. It's presented in
it absolutely is.
It's presented in a very fruitful way, right? So, who should be the leader? The more wise individual, or not?
The person who's going to actually get it done is going to be my answer to that.
Yeah,
and
but
sometimes you can be
that person's
sometimes
not,
you can be so wise that you don't pull the trigger.
Yet. It's okay to just answer. Should the more wise person be the leader?
Sean, you're not going to get me like that on.
Right, because
I believe because what you're asking doesn't relate to what I'm saying.
Hold on. This is the problem that we be having as men. Is that we can't answer things truthfully sometimes. And just say, hey, you know what? With that question, the wiser person should be the leader. And then you can expound on whatever else that you want to say, move it forward in the same goalpost, whatever the case is. But when men are not able to just simply say, hey, the wiser person should be the leader, it creates a problem.
Here's why I can't say that. You can't say the wiser person can be the leader because you can be so wise while overthinking it that you never take the action to actually implement what's going on.
That will go
So
against.
if-
Hold on. I'm glad that you said that. Hold on, but that will go against the person being wise. The
Right,
wise
no,
person
actually-
the wise person implements the knowledge and experience that they have into their real life. They don't philosophize. They're not philosophizers, as Corey Holcomb would say. The wise person actually implement the knowledge that they learn.
No,
That's
Diva actually put it in a really good way 2 or 3 days ago, and I can't for the life of me remember it.
Okay, we can ask her. She said, PhD, but what do wise mean? I guess is what he's asking.
No, that's not what I'm. See, that's not even what I'm asking.
Oh.
Diva, do you remember you made a comment? You were like, "There's knowledge, there's wisdom, and then there's something else." I don't remember what you said, but you said one is having the actual acclaimed knowledge of it. 2, how you apply the knowledge, and then there's 3, which is wisdom. Applied knowledge is wisdom, and then actually active or using that knowledge in an active way is something else. I don't remember how you explained it, but it would fit this conversation.
Well, the definition of wise is having or showing experience, knowledge, and good judgment.
Perfect.
Good
And
judgment.
so
Let's
therefore,
talk about good judgment,
hashtag SNL Sharon never lies. God
Sharon,
damn
how you
it.
gonna cut
Let's
Diva
talk
off
about good
mid-sentence?
judgment. Even though Shadow admitted that men be thinking what they dig most of the time, and all the men in the chat love to say, "Well, women have the most debt, and women do," and yet y'all get tricked into having babies with women that y'all don't like. I could use the same argument. Y'all be paying child support for children you never wanted in the first place, but somehow they here. But like, we
It's
keep
a lack of
going all
wisdom.
day. Like,
And-
come
and
on.
That's a lack of wisdom.
Hold on, Shadow.
And
And before
mind you, it wasn't even the women who said women are more wise. It was a man. So I don't know why y'all using women when women didn't say it. Shadow did. I didn't say
Women
that.
are wiser by definition. The Holy Spirit
Hey,
is living.
I didn't say it again for the men that talking shit.
All right, so pause there. So, Shadow, if women are wiser, according to Diva's definition of wise, whoever the wiser person is in the relationship, shouldn't that person be the leader? Look at the
For the sake of this sentence, because you're not going to let me go outside of that, because you keep asking this question in a way that you know I disagree with.
You can't.
And I'm putting it on you. I'm putting it on you because you're actually doing it. Because I specified what I meant, and you're still like, so what you're saying is shouldn't a wiser person be in charge? Then when I specified it, you were like, oh no, I forgot to turn on my mic just now. Sorry, Shadow. So let me ask you again the same question.
Hold on,
Shadow.
Hold on. No, that's not what happened, Shadow. What happened was you wanted to inject Diva idea of what wisdom is, and she did.
Right.
She gave us the full idea, and you agree with her idea of what wisdom is. So now again, if women are more wiser than men sooner, who should be the leader in relationships at this moment then?
If we're just focusing on wisdom, I would say women. But get this. Hold on. Now you should let me finish. Can I finish my sentence now?
Anything
sir?
after but is bullshit.
Nope.
Anything
Hold on.
after but
Hold
is
on.
bullshit.
Hold on. But see, now y'all stop me mid-sentence again.
You stopped yourself. I didn't say anything, but
Hold on.
but hold on. We do have agreements that when you put
Anything
the
after but is nullified.
right, you negate everything else.
That's
You
just
know
language.
that's
right.
a part of the show, and everybody understands that, especially you. You put but, that means you negated everything else. So go ahead.
So, okay. Then hold on. Let me put my email suit on. Okay. Wow. Contrary to popular belief, contrary to this conversation thus far, even though women are wiser as a whole, because women also take the time to actually fully analyze things. There are times when action needs to be taken that action is not taken. And in a sense like that, the person willing to take the action, applying the wisdom that's there, is the person who should take the charge.
Perfect. And usually the wise person is the one that's going to actually implement, right? According to the definition.
So you just ignored everything I just said.
No,
All right,
because
Sharon.
according to the definition,
He said overtalk me anyway.
Hold on. Now you cutting. So according to the definition that we agreed on, The wise person is actually going to use their knowledge and use it and apply it to their life because they making the better decision. So once they realize this decision is better, they actually go ahead and do and imply that wise choice. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hey, there you go. Sorry, for some reason the super chat wasn't going through.
Okay.
Now I got
I
that.
will
Hold
give
on,
men
Jayla. I want to bring it 651 into the show, and I also want to bring it in there. What's up with you? Good day. What is your thoughts? 651 Mitt.
I don't miss. I believe the man should lead, but well, you shouldn't say but. A good leader is going to take advice from other people. So just because I believe the man should lead the household,
Why?
but if he's a good leader, he's going to take advice from his wife. It needs to be a hierarchy.
But
So
why
I don't
should he be the leader?
It needs to be a
Why
high
should
what?
the man be the leader?
Why?
Why can't he be
Why?
the one
Because
who gives the advice?
Okay, listen. I believe the man is gonna. He's typically the breadwinner. He has to protect the family. All of that. But when
Okay,
you leading,
so hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
So with regard to breadwinner, increasingly that is not the case. I think the statistics show on average, black men earn about $3,000 more a year than black women. So even before taxes, that's a couple $100s a month. And so you think on the basis of a couple $100s a month, the black men should be the leaders in the household?
I mean, it's more than just money. It's also protection. It's also more guidance. But the point I was getting to.
No, but we want to.
I have another question.
Okay, go ahead.
I have another
Let
question.
them finish it first. Let them finish it because Jayla want to jump in there as well. Go ahead. Who was it on? 651 or?
Yeah, it was on me.
Yeah.
But to be a successful leader, even at workplace, at home, you must take advice from other people. So for the man to lead his household, he can't just be going in there and say, I'm making all the decisions. It will fail. If his wife is good at, let's just say, legal work, he should take advice from his wife. If his wife is good at certain things, he should take advice from his wife. But I still think it should be some type of leadership to be a successful household, at the workplace, anywhere in life. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so let me ask you, based on what you said, okay, because one of the reasons you cited was men are typically the breadwinners. Okay, so for a woman like me who out earns the vast majority of men, so let's say I get with
I
the
was
man,
just about to ask that.
right,
Grapevine.
and I out earn him. Should I then be the leader because I'm the breadwinner?
I also said it's more so not just money. It's also
That's
I'm
what
gonna
I'm-
protect.
that's-
Cut me. You asked.
Don't cut him off, y'all. Hold on, let me
You
get
asked the question and you cut me off.
I got
Because
you.
you can't say this is one of the reasons, and then
That
when I
is
say,
one of the
okay, well,
reasons.
with
It's-
using
okay, go
this
ahead.
reason, then you say, oh, well, I use these other reasons, but you also use that one. So we're asking about this one in a vacuum. Like, let's just take this one.
PhD, you a professional. It takes more than one characteristic to be a good leader. True or false?
Jesus.
Yes.
Okay, so to be a leader is not just finances. It's broad.
Okay.
It's broad. That's all I'm saying.
So the
That's all
fact
I'm
that
saying.
so generally speaking, black women are more educated than black men. So why wouldn't we use that as the basis for determining who should be
That's fine.
the leader?
That's fine. My ex was smarter. She was smarter than me in a lot of things. I would ask her for, hey, is this a good idea? Is this a good idea?
That don't sound
She already know. I was in control of everything, but I would ask her for advice to be successful. I just didn't go in there and say, this is this. I know everything. As a leader, as the head
So did you ask her, do you think it's a good idea for us to stay together?
Okay.
So that's all I'm saying.
651.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think PhD
I'll just
would
play with
probably
you, my
agree.
brother.
Don't you think it would take somebody with some strong positive characteristics to be able to make what PhD Diva and I make?
I mean, typically women that mates a lot are typically strong-minded female. So, you know, it's hard.
Strong-minded, even men, strong-minded.
Yeah, if you make money,
intelligent,
yeah,
disciplined, good work ethic. I mean,
make-
willing to take a risk if need be, because it's very risky to
I
make
agree.
this type of jump. At least my experience, very risky. You take a lot of risks to get that reward. A lot
I
of
agree.
long nights, long hard hours.
I
Okay,
agree.
I can attest to. All right. So when it comes to the characteristics of a person that makes that type of money, why do y'all keep saying that just being the one that makes the most money don't come with those characteristics? It's just you make money.
I mean, that's a good question.
It
Typically, I believe that, well, it shouldn't be, I believe, for anything to have a good foundation, even at the workplace, you have to have some type of leadership. You know, so if I'm running my household, I want to be the leader, but it comes with that. I'm going to be the first one to protect my family. I'm going to be the first one to do all of that. That takes a leader. Even if she make
I
more
got a
than-
question. I got a question
ahead.
for you, 651 Met, and I'm just gonna say, hey, Diva, you can lead me anywhere you want to, Diva. So, but I also want to say, hey, so should the security guard of the building be the one that is the leader of that building?
He have a supervisor. All security have a supervisor that they have to go to.
So again, because the security guard, he's the one that protects the building, right? But usually the person that got the brains, the money, and the power, and all these other decision-making skills is usually the owner of the building or the CEO of this said company of the building, right? And all the security guard do is protect the building. And what you are describing in reality is the protector of the house. So since when, if we have the CEO is following the security guard, the head of security?
Sharon, the workplace and the household are two different things. So you're comparing a household leadership to a workplace. That's different correlations.
Okay, let me tell you how it correlates, right? Because you're
Go ahead.
saying that you should lead the house because you are the security of the house.
It's more to it than that.
Right, and the woman is more to it than her as well, right? Because just because you are the physically strong one doesn't mean that she ain't the one that got you out of a dangerous neighborhood. It doesn't mean that she is not the breadwinner. It doesn't mean that she's not the wise one to make the proper decisions to get herself in a in a way where y'all are in a productive lifestyle and all these other decisions that comes with these multiple things that leadership does. So she could have, out of the 10 characteristics of leadership, she got 8 out of them, and you got the other 2: protection and whatever else you want to add.
Standing up.
Dang.
Standing up.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I've been in a
Okay, that's how I
situation.
that's how I correlate.
I've been in a situation where the women one of the women I was dealing with, she had more characteristics of leadership. She had more of it, but I still led. You know what I'm saying?
And that's why is that
and it's still functional.
Now would you be saying that, right? And this one is really not a shot. Would you say
go
that
ahead.
that's the reason why the relationship possibly fell, because you continue to wanted to be the leader of the relationship?
No, she started knocking over my shit at the house. So no, that's why it didn't work. She got to get physical. That's why it didn't work. That's
that one. All right, but I didn't want.
Yeah, because you wouldn't listen.
Yeah, she busted him up and said, slap him right on his forehead. Hey, goddamn. But But I think that's the issue that we continue having a conversation of, that men believe that one last thing of being the protector of the circle house, that they never actually show protection in the relationship, right? Most women never seen a man fight, and most relationships, the man do not have to put his life on the line for his household. That's just not a current thing, but it's something that men try to leave their hat on because they got to go outside and risk their life.
Sharon, can I ask you one question? Go ahead. Can I? Do you think I want to ask the women on the panel?
Okay.
Could you guys respect a man if you leading him? Can you guys? Because when I hear a woman, anytime I hear a woman leading her man, the experience I have witnessed, she doesn't respect him. So are there any situations where, ladies, that you was leading your relationship and you respected him? I just want to hear that question.
So yes.
Okay.
I think that is very possible. It's different if you're with an older man. I think if you're older, there's an association that comes with that. You're supposed to be more wiser than me. You're supposed to be more knowledgeable than me. So in that situation, I would not respect you because you're essentially my elder, which is why I choose to stay in my wheelhouse of my age. So with men my age, they are not fully developed. They possibly haven't figured out their purpose, or they're still figuring it out. Yes, you have to give him grace because you may be more knowledgeable than him in some moments. If you love that man, I think it is possible to be able to respect him.
Okay, let me see.
What about you, Miss PhD?
I'm a little confused by that answer.
Yeah, I'm confused.
Why?
Exactly.
Why?
Okay.
Because you go ahead. Oh
no, I'm listening. Yeah, I'm listening.
Oh, okay. Because you said you couldn't respect him if you leading him or whatever. Only if he's older, but you okay with it
older.
if he's younger.
Doesn't make any sense.
In her age group, yeah.
Yeah. So
what she mean by, and we understand what she mean by older, right? She's saying like somebody 10 years, not somebody that's 2 years older.
Yeah.
Right.
Like
She's saying
I understood what she meant.
She's saying within her age group. So if it's like a 2 to 3 year difference, that's still considered her age group. Yes, he's technically older, but when she's saying older, she's talking about like if me and her was in a relationship, that kind of age gap.
That could be my daddy.
Right, but I guess my point is she's okay with leading the younger, but so it's not because he's older, it's because you would be leading him, I guess. Because
she's trying to explain it. Go ahead.
I'm
gonna let her. I thought I go ahead. I'll let her get a chance to explain one more time. But she's talking about age gap dating is what she's actually talking about.
Okay, so but no, I get that. If she don't like older men, but remember she said she don't want to lead a man, but if he's younger, she's okay with leading him. But if he's older, she don't know. So it's not about the leading, or it's about the age.
Because she's saying she would give somebody her age group grace, is what she's saying.
Yeah, I'm talking about age. So men usually recommend younger women to date older men because they are supposed to be more experienced and wiser than the men in our age group, right?
No, that's not what they say at all.
So what?
Men do not say date older men because they're.
No, you're missing what she said. Date younger women.
No, I know. She's the woman. It is a man, right? The older man.
She's the younger woman. Men are usually typically older than the woman.
No, I know, but the men who's older, they want to date younger women, not because of what she said they say, it's because they just want younger women.
Yeah.
Okay, so now what age gap are you? We talking about age gap dating, right?
Yeah, based on what she just said, yes.
Okay, so that's what she's saying. If we are going by that criteria, that if she has to age gap date that older man, she cannot respect leading that older man because he's supposed to be the wiser person. He's supposed to be the more intelligent person. He's supposed to be the more experienced. If she has all those things above him in the age gap dating, she can't.
I might as well date somebody my age.
Right. Wow. Never mind.
So
I'm like, if you're not interested in dating an older man, it would be because you not wanting the older man. Why you think because he older, he wiser? These old men be dumb as hell.
I agree, Bomb Cherry. I didn't say I didn't agree with that. I'm saying what it's supposed to be. But in reality, if you're not that, then why am I with you? If there's supposed to be all these benefits dating an older man, per what the men say.
Per what?
Typically, older men are more.
That he got older man more money, but it don't mean he wiser.
Yeah, that's true.
I agree,
mean,
but the men be trying to sell a false package. So,
but do we agree most older men are typically more wiser than the younger man? That's the fact.
No, clearly
No,
not.
I don't. No, that's not true.
No.
And the reason why, hold on,
Wait, time out.
and the reason why we know that because we got this man Clifton that is 70 years old saying he just now learned
how to love.
Wait, y'all take one situation. So you took the younger me. I'm 45. The 20-year-old me is more mature than me.
It seems so.
No,
Yes,
the
there are
20-year-old Tim is not mature than Tim now.
All right, so now let me ask you a question. The 45-year-old you, are you in a relationship, or the 20-year-old you was in a relationship?
I was in relationships at 25. I don't know. I don't know.
Right. So the 45-year-old you was not in a relationship, correct?
No.
All right.
But what I got to do? What
That's all I'm saying. Since my hold on, let me stop bothering my brother. Hold on, hey, I want to read some of these super chats as well. PH Diva, would you respect me if you had to lead me through the relationship, PH Diva? I want to know.
Shadow the Titan lost $5. Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry, we laugh on mute.
Just in case.
I read it. Shadow, in case. Ronald 804. Happy New Year, Ronald. It's been a minute. $5. Ladies, if you ever got pregnant by the Holy Spirit, you might be eligible for compensation. The angel Gabriel called Mary a woman in Luke 1st chapter 28th verse. Ooh. Not the Bible files.
Hey, Diva, so can you respect a man that you are leading in the relationship? Is that something that you can do?
Yes.
Okay. There you go. So that's 2. So now
Wait, you said yes?
Yes.
She said she can respect the man.
Oh, I thought she said no.
Y'all haven't understand, ladies. You gonna be leading in your relationship. Y'all better stop looking for leaders. You gonna have to tell him all kinds of shit that you gonna think he should know, but these men don't be knowing. He might, even if he make more money than you, which that could be, but you still gonna have to teach him. Hey, don't pick that baby up like that. Why are you throwing that baby in the air like that?
Man, you always learn.
These men do crazy as shit, baby.
Yeah, I mean, we always learning. I'm always learning.
I got a cash app. It says, are men really supposed to be of service to
Of service?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I like that answer.
Right. That's why they got all those muscles, right? To serve.
Mm-hmm. More than just being the goddamn security guard.
Right.
You gotta lead them then too. You gotta don't shoot the innocent baby. Don't leave the gun where the children can get it.
Don't shoot him when his back to turn. You gotta wait till he's facing you, man.
Sure, I have a question for you.
Go ahead, Jalen.
You see a bunch of 40-plus-year-old men who are not balding, fat, out of shape, walking around. Like, do you see a bunch of 40-plus-year-old men walking around with a six-pack?
I mean, that's America in general.
I have a 6-pack, by the way, and I'm not bald.
No, we don't believe
a lot. Is there a lot of yous?
Don't leave that.
Sorry.
Is there a lot of you?
But that's American in general, Miss Jalen. American in general is overweight.
Hey yo, I'm just asking a question.
No, I'm just
And
saying. I'm just letting you know. It's like it's out. The people who I work with always say the older ladies look better than the younger women. You know, the younger women now in my workplace, they in shape, they come in shape, and the younger women, they coming in out of I think that's just more of a American thing in general, obesity. But I would say that the older women are now taking care of themselves than the older men. I do agree with that.
Loud ass. All right. So so we good with the conversation? I can jump back into the video.
Oh yeah, I got to get ready for y'all. This was a good conversation. I wish I could have stayed longer. Y'all have a
Where
blessed
you
day.
going? Where your ass going?
I gotta go to work.
Okay.
oh wow, you work like a night shift?
No, I don't work night shift. I
Oh,
work
so it's
mid
just
shift.
straight mid shift. Okay.
Make sure you
Yeah.
hit a goddamn like in the share button. Goddamn.
I got you. I see your you got that thing, the little
What the?
Yep, now you got that thing.
Wait,
the
this
hell?
controversial conversation hasn't given you a lot of likes. I've been working double time.
you send a group chat money thingy. What you call that? When you hit the dollar
Super
sign
chat?
thing.
Super
Yeah,
chat.
super chat.
Yeah, super chats, yeah.
Yo, let me.
I
You
got
got
I
this
got-
new. I'm on the live stream. Let me go to the regular support channel.
Yeah, I got
Sean, I've also got one more F-bomb.
Oh, here we
and I
go.
got
I
one
got
bullet that you never let me use because you kept stopping me from using it. Yeah, I'm holding you responsible, sir.
That's right, because I want you to be responsible as well. I want you to hold on to it. Make sure you use it properly. I'm being wise.
Use it only on my proper target.
Who you trying to use it on?
I'm not using it on nobody today. This is a great conversation.
I'm about to say,
yeah, this is a good conversation.
Yeah, I was about to say.
No,
Look,
I'm
Jalen challenged me
scrolling
today.
double time over here.
I'm about to
I'm
say,
trying to
Willie
get
not
you
here.
on likes.
Hey, Jalen, I'm gonna give you your props. You kept your head and we fought it, and we agreed to disagree, and even kind of I conceded in places. So I actually appreciate that.
All right. Let's see. Let's get back into what these men are saying. Let's see what they talking
about being here to trust black women. We cannot trust black women.
Why?
Unless every man that I know, and I'm still struggling with being monogamous in the streets because I'm well known.
Wow.
What?
Is we gotta start.
You said yo, ain't no way you said Is he a baby daddy, Sharon? Do y'all know if he a baby daddy?
He is.
I'm sure he is.
Oh my god.
His actually, hey Jayla, his son is dating Barack Obama's daughter. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Thank you so much, 651. Appreciate you.
Oh
No
my
problem, bro. Y'all have a good night.
Yo, that was a wild statement.
You know.
Yo, that was such a wild statement. For
Like,
all the
I'm
things
not
that he
even
was
trying to be
saying.
morbid, but you about to die soon. Like, you don't think you should settle down now?
Okay, so now let's ask Shadow. Okay. This man's 70 years old. Should he be the leader of his home? Should he be leading the household, or should his more
I
wise
plead the
wife
fifth.
be leading?
I plead the fifth.
Is the younger
now
you
you
smarter, dumber than the older him?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
Obviously,
that's
but,
right.
Look, in regards to Diva, because she did get a gotcha moment, nah, I plead the fifth.
Damn.
Somebody at 70 who said, I learned how to be monogamous today in a conversation where he's praising the fact that he learned how to love, can't teach me anything.
Yeah.
I'm still learning.
It's happened in the same episode, though, right? That's the craziest part about it. He learns how to love, and then he said, "I'm still struggling because of how famous I am, and I could just take advantage of whatever situations comes his way." Woo!
He just said take advantage, but I see what you're doing, sir.
Welcome to the show, the VP.
Vice P. I'm the only P up here, baby.
Keep it green. Keep it green.
What's up, Eda, man? Good day, man. How you doing? What's your thoughts?
I think this leadership. Well, you asked. I had like 4 questions for you, right? Before you introduced me, but you answered all my questions in my introduction, right? So I had like 4 questions. You answered that. That was the first part. The second thing is, I think we it's a misunderstanding between wisdom and smart. I know a lot of smart people who ain't got no wisdom. And I know some people who got wisdom who's not the smartest in the room. And I know some people might not understand that, right? And I actually agree with PhD Diva, right? I agree that what PhD Diva is saying is based on what she should strive to, what her spiritual belief is. The smartest person should be the leader. I'm not knocking that, right? Because what we need to start understanding, what believers do and non-believers do are not the same thing. I think sometimes we try to mix those two things together. But if you have 2 people who don't believe in God, or even if they believe in God, they don't subscribe to the Bible. Let me say that. They should run their house the way that they see fit. But if you're going to subscribe to the Bible, the reason that the man should leave is because the Bible says so. But that gives you that caveat. If you say, I don't subscribe to the Bible, you don't have to follow those rules.
The thing is, it was when we were talking about the Bible, my issue was just that, right? You're saying like, okay, if you're not a Christian, you don't have to follow the rules in the Bible. But then when we start like pressing y'all about different rules in the Bible, then there starts becoming all these caveats all of a sudden, right? So then it's, oh, well, that's the Old Testament. Oh, well, God didn't say that directly out his mouth, and so that was my issue. Like, are we taking the Bible as, being prescriptive if you're a Christian, or are we not? Are we only taking the parts that's written in red that, apparently God said out of his own mouth, although where was there a man to record what God was thinking and saying? Nevertheless, it's in the Bible.
Absolutely.
So yeah, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
No, and PhD, I'm agreeing with you. Like, if a person is questioning the Bible, they should not subscribe to it. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with 2 people getting together. And when 2 people get together and they say, hey, check this out, we don't believe, we're going to do what's work for us. I think Bomb Cherry is a good example of that, right? Bomb Cherry is a great example of that. Her and her husband got together and they literally came up with something that works for them. And for what we know, it's been working for them for 30 years. Who am I to say that doesn't work for their situation? But what I realized in my situation, since we do a foundation of the Bible, right, then we're going to say that what God is telling us to do. And that's why me and my wife are striving. I think I am a lot wiser than my wife, but I believe my wife is a lot smarter than me. And I think wisdom and smartness is not the same.
Yay.
Amen.
I believe therapy, or at least reading and going into ourselves, holding ourselves accountable and say, yeah, I fucked up. Because the first thing, what am I calling my buddy? I said, man, she had my phone for a fucking month. He said, nigga, just don't say you did it.
We gotta meet people where they are. Sometimes I think
He turned into Shaggy?
He pulling young man games.
It wasn't me.
Yo.
Wow.
He's the elder too. He's supposed to be teaching them, right?
70 years old.
He learning this from Nick at 70?
I told these men I'll be a better daddy than most.
Yo.
But I do, just because you got grades and you old,
You're breaking up.
Fools.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you can't hear me?
Did I say the N word, y'all? Was that the N word?
Which N word?
Oh, I didn't say the N word, did I? I did.
No.
No.
Oh, okay. Oh, I
No,
said
Mom,
these
you
men.
didn't.
You know, in my mind, I said the N word, though. I just thought I owed you $2. Okay, I'm trying to be good, okay?
Can you hear me now? Is
Hey,
that
Bob,
better?
if you would have said it, I
Yeah,
would have
we
paid
can.
for it for you.
Listen, and I think this is the conversation we got to have. Just because you old and grays don't mean that you ain't an old fool. Wisdom have no age. It's old fools, it's young fools. Sound like he
No,
been a
so
fool for a long time.
the problem is, Edom, man, is that they ain't never grow out of being a young fool. And a lot of these
Well,
men,
that's what I'm saying. And we need to start saying that these men need to stay single. Listen, that is manipulation.
So the issue,
looking at the text message, Sharon. Oh, go ahead.
So the issue with that, Edom, man, even though majority of men don't have a problem with staying single because they still going to get boxed, they still going to manipulate women, they still going to do all the things that they want to do. That gives them less responsibility, and they're going to turn 70 and say, "Hey, now I'm ready to love." So them staying single is not helping. We need a mentality to change.
Yeah, but I get that, but it's almost like trying to force something. It's like move an enforceable object, right? A unmovable object. Like it's gonna be fools in our society. Like it's no way for us to get away from it. I wish that we can kind of weed them all out, get rid of them. I'm agreeing with that, but I know that from to the end of time, fools are gonna be here. So what we need to do as men, in my opinion, is call these fools out. And I'm saying that man should not be married to a woman. I think we will be sentencing that woman to a prison sentence, and she have to be led by him. And that's the important thing.
That's fine. The issue is that we got to get men to grow up sooner. We cannot allow men to grow up at 70, and that's what the conversation is about: is getting men to understand where they at 25. If they could understand that they need to grow up younger, then maybe we could have more responsible men than foolish men that wait until they 70.
But he haven't grown up at 70. Listen, listen, I'm still hearing the words that's coming out of his mouth, and it still sounds childish. So that's the point that I'm trying to help you understand. Is like it's almost like he figured it out at 70. It's some men on this earth, Sharon, that is literally gonna be fools forever.
Right, but the issue is that he also pushes other men to be fools.
That's why your channel is so important. The fools are gonna try to make more fools. You're gonna try to make more upstanding men. And so it's this battle that's going back and forward. And what I am saying is that we can't stop the fools. But what we can do is try to influence more of the young people to go away from foolish ways with this channel.
I think we are in agreement, so I think we are in agreement right now. I believe so. Anybody else want to jump in before I go back to the video? All right.
You're saying reading. Reading is not the only important thing because a lot of people
I didn't say
can. No, I'm
reading.
saying people can read and not really.
Everybody's taking every fucking thing I said. Hold on, bro.
Nobody's
Hold on,
I'm not saying that.
Stop taking the shit that I'm saying out of context, bro.
I'm explaining some concept.
You talking about reading? I'm saying reading is a myriad of shit you got.
Right, that's not what I'm even going to. People can read and don't understand what they're reading. You just said that your woman, your black queen, she's a queen to you. And essentially, you kind of alluded to the reason that she was a black queen to you was because she was gentle to you and was able to make you feel like, oh, I can open up and feel safe.
That's not what I said.
That's not what you said.
No, I said what I was trying to say. She's held me accountable.
Held you accountable.
And forced me, man.
You didn't in a soft way that made you able to leave it.
I'm sorry.
Because I'm about to walk the fuck out of here. We right here with you, okay? But I'm saying, in order for us to trust, if this is about fucking trusting black women, then you gotta be able to let your woman hold you accountable when you do patriarchal shit.
You agree,
right?
And when you come from the streets, that's almost impossible. Because we grew up, like you said, fuck that bitch. It's just so complicated. And in order for you to grow, even at 50, and I agree with you, you have to take yourself accountable. But when y'all bring me in this motherfucker, I'm living this. The main theme is trusting black women, but how do we get us ourselves as men fixed to be able to love them the way they need to be loved.
Well, that's the beauty of this conversation, because we won't get to that. That's the beauty of this exercise that has been created here, and that will continue on, because it can't be figured out in this round table. But we
talking about part two.
We are taking the steps.
I got you.
This is one. We are right now, currently, right now, everybody in this room, harmoniously trying to lay this one brick to create.
I like that. And I think that's where a lot of our brothers get things confused about laying that first brick first. And this is why people don't believe in the conversation piece. They don't understand that this is the first brick that we all got to get in sequence and say, hey, we agree with this, and then we can move on to the next brick. If we keep on trying to go straight to the house, the house is never going to get built. We got to do this thing brick by brick. I think that's the main issue that we having as men. We're not recognizing that this thing needs to be one step at a time. Let me also welcome in the show, AR. Welcome into the show, AR. Do you have any thoughts right now? So I know sometimes you jump in and sometimes you just be patient. Do you have any thoughts right now?
No, I'm just listening. Also, good afternoon.
Good day to you. I don't know why so many brothers have a problem with laying it brick by brick and not recognizing the first step to the solution. It's a very weird thing to me to see in real time. And this is with old and young, clearly. 70, 30, 25. It's a lot of, I don't know the percentage of it, but it seems like it's a very high percentage of men don't want to take the first step and lay the first brick. It's weird. But hopefully we can get past that. I don't know how.
Well, you know the interesting part about that table? They already came to an agreement that they couldn't come up with solutions. Did you get that, or is that just something I saw?
I think that's something you saw.
Oh, okay, I thought he said, hey, we already know that we're not going to have a solution. That's why it's going to be a part two. Maybe I heard it wrong. I could have heard it wrong.
So I think laying it, having a brick is the same thing that we have the issue over here, right? When we have the solution, they don't want to agree to that solution. They want to pick apart that solution. As I say, okay, that is one solution, and let's agree to that so we can move forward. I think that's the issue that men have. They could never get past that first brick. Hey, the first brick is that you need to be mature at 25, not at 45. It's the first brick. They don't want to agree to that because they want to still be single out there having the idea, ignorance, and be out there and just putting a peen inside of any and everything that's moving. But they think that is better when we see time and time again is not beneficial to the man or the woman.
So what do you think he meant by, he said forcefully but softly?
He was saying, because earlier in the conversation, he was saying that this woman that he's particularly with right now, she been through all of his trials and tribulations, even though she was always a beautiful, soft, gentle woman. And he didn't know how to treat that properly. He's just now learning how to love a woman like that properly.
And you think that woman should not go through that abuse for years and wait for a man to finally get to that point?
Now, if she's in her right state of mind, no.
That makes sense. So yeah,
That's how a woman ends up scorned in the end. We end up bitter and scorned. Especially if he doesn't actually become actualized in what you're saying is supposed to happen. Right?
So, yeah. So Jalen, do you think that he have? Do you think he really changed at this point at 70?
He ain't changed shit.
No.
I think he's fighting the idea of that he needs to change. He's fighting that older self or that older mentality to where he has supposed to have been his whole life, and he's struggling because it got him to where he was at. So he have an issue with it. I think the problem is a lot of fathers, I don't know the percentage, it seems like your fathers though, they think like Clifton. They think like Clifton Powell. And they pass that on to the next generation. And that's why we are in the state that we are now. So I understand that we want to have the father-son talk, but if the fathers have the same mentality of Clifton, then we in trouble.
Yeah, Clifton, yeah, man. And he's still blowing up still when he's having this conversation. And if he's gotten to this place of this is a form of peace that he's saying he got into, he can't even explain that in a way. And even when he's getting whatever, there's not even pushback. Some people probably just stating their own opinions on things, and he can't even be patient enough with that. So how can we really believe that he's really changed and he got the patience now that he's going to need to talk with a woman, right? And he's just having a conversation with some men right here, and he can't, and it ain't even that type of vibe. You know what I'm saying? It really ain't that. You know what I'm saying? And he can't even do that there. So I think
and so now
that's why I was asking Cuzzo to be honest with his assessments, right? But he didn't want to. He didn't want to admit that the brothers that hit the link, a lot of them talk and they react and respond exactly like that brother. You know what I'm saying? And we got to be honest with these brothers and say, you know what? When we listen to him and we listen to you, y'all both pretty much saying the same thing.
in a nutshell, I concur. I concur with that. You know what I mean? Because at the same time, like full circle, he'll come here, but then he'll be with Big J over there talking. And he's going to say, you know what I'm saying, yo, but if Sharon and them get that money, they going to switch and they going to say this and they going to say that. But at the same time, he'll be over there giving the credit. So I'll give him that credit that he'll be over there giving the credit. But at the same time, out the next side of your face, you want to take away the credit. So it seems like he believes in this thing more than he wants to let on, full circle. But he got 1 foot in and 1 foot out the door. You know what I'm saying? It just seems more of that. In my perspective, you know, honestly speaking.
Well, you know, clearly Brownsville Uda got a little bit more context than I have, but that is that's tough, and we just need we got to get men to stop being double-minded. At the end of the day, we cannot keep switching sides for the sake of because I like my homeboy over there. Like if Savage is stupid, then we need to say that. You know what I'm saying? If either man is stupid, then I need to just say that.
Sharon, can I speak?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, sir. Okay, this is for Uda. When you heard me, and this is just recently, I spoke to Brownsville earlier, and we addressed each other. The whole 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Now you, just like yourself, Uda, you go to different panels and different channels, to each their own. Much respect. When I made that comment about Sharon, no hate, not pocket watching, I meant I've witnessed men start off small, and once they get to a certain plateau, they change. So it wasn't saying anything against Sharon. Big ups to Sharon's channel and everything, but I'm saying you got that misconstrued because it was no hate. It was basically saying that the ones that I've witnessed, they change after they hit a certain plateau.
Now, I'm not saying in a form of, I'm not really coming at you like that, but I'm just saying though, because even in the same way, you could still, you be talking with Big J when you with MOT and y'all be having these conversations. You may agree with them on the majorities or whatever, but at the time, you may be one of the only ones to say something that could lean towards this side. So I will give you that. But at the same time, it seems like you agree more with some of the things that are said here. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. It just seems like you agree more.
Right. And for one, and that's another example, I was going to add on to it. Actually, I wasn't taken away from it because Brownsville or yourself, and I might be wrong, correct me, that when you listen to me and you listen to this Mr. the actor, it's no different. What I see in him, he's angry, Uda. You can see it. You can hear it. And I don't want to portray that. Difference in age, totally different. Like I've worked with celebrities. I've been around them. I've done the whole Hollywood thing, the good and the bad. I know how to handle myself, bachelor at the time or in a relationship. But no way, shape, or form do I want to be like this man that's being portrayed in the video. He's upset. He wants to get his point across. And one thing I forgot to put out there, and this is for Brownsville. When I came on and I, so to speak, not literally, figuratively, jumped you with aggression, I apologize, sir. That was the one thing before I popped off, Sharon, that I meant to give to Brownsville, and I didn't get a chance to do that. So I said to myself, I don't want to be like this person that you saw and the person that you saw a couple of days ago. That's honestly not me. But I do apologize for the aggression that I gave you, Brownsville, or I went and took and put in your direction. I take that back because that was not meant and that was not me. I'll land.
But look, I just want to say one little half a plane. At the same time, look, you can have, because we could all have, as men and women, we can have disagreements for anything. To me, it's more about what can I do or what can we do to add to whatever solution. You got to get with people that kind of, the ideologies kind of alike, and we kind of align, and from there we could kind of build on things to shape what we deem is perfect. You know what I'm saying? I think like that, right? But at the same time, you could probably say this, right? But don't you think that a person like Big J needs to be ministered to? The man can't even talk sometimes. I went over there and just fluffed him up a little bit, had some fun with him. But I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? Just to have some fun with him. But at the end of the day, I don't mean nothing by Big J. I mean, shout out to him. But I'm just saying, though, don't you think that brothers articulate in their way, in themselves in a healthy way? You know what I'm saying? Especially a person like Big J, because he has information, right? And maybe some of his information may fall on a deaf ear because of sometimes how he may articulate it. Because I've listened to Big J for like 6-7 years. I've known Big J. So, but I'm just saying, sometimes the message may get missed, or you know what I mean, overlap by the way sometimes how we package it. You know what I'm saying?
I agree, but did you hear the whole conversation throughout the night, even if you had things to do? Did you listen to the entire? Okay, right. No, but my point is,
I proposed. I said, look, why don't you and MOT debate Sharon and Brownsville, not Big J, because he can't control his emotions. He cursed me out and said that whatever, but I was just being truthful. I'm not cursing him out, just trying to make a joke when I'm saying this. I was just being
right. But I'm getting back to your point as far as like this Powell, not character, this actor Powell. He was mentioning to us. You saw who was on the panel. It was Queen Sunkiss. It was Rude, myself. And there was someone else, a silent. You saw him. You saw all of them. He was basically, shout out to them all. He was mentioning that he was dating or had dated 2 women off of YouTube. Now, I might be wrong. He'll correct me later on, and he has that choice to do so. I'm not above approach. He was looking for advice. He wanted to know as far as, as far as being used, spending money, making the right choice. Now, in your mind, you might think like, well, he should come this way, send him his way, or give him that advice. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a therapist. I'm nothing like that. He was just basically looking in, for conversation to fellow panelists of what he should do, from the men and the women. All of us contributed to that conversation. So I can't come at who was it, Big J, Triple X, and just give him the gauntlet when it's like, you know what, maybe he's just learning. We have to have some grace, Uda. You know how we can come here and talk and know. Right. But do you agree? So do you agree when you say I should do this, I should do that? I could do that, but at the end of the day, he as MOT, and look at MOT is a married man. Who would I be? I would be the one to go to MOT and those ones that was mentioned earlier that are married. I'm not going to go to another single man for advice. Let's say if I am looking for that in my life, in my future, I know who to go to. Now, could he come to us? Yes, because he's not married. Rude and I aren't married. Queen Sunkiss is married. So she gave her input, but I'm thinking everybody had a choice to put their tidbit in it. And it was nothing wrong with that. It wasn't wrong, nothing wrong, Uda. I'm just saying.
Okay, can we get back to the topic? Well, no,
I don't know if
I would like to go back to the video that we were watching. MOT is an idiot, and so y'all talking about idiots. Big J is an idiot, and everybody who hang over there with him, agreeing with him, are idiots. I didn't say the F word or the N word, right? I kept the N word out, right?
I think so.
Okay, good. Okay, because in my brain I was thinking them.
But Bob Cherry, listen, I had a situation this weekend, right? And they said you and Sharon is doing this, that, and that. Right. I'm not defending this. So what? What are y'all gonna do about what we doing? Like at this point, we just gotta stand on something. Me and Sharon gonna do it. We gonna do exactly everything that you accuse us of doing. Let's say we gonna do it. What are you gonna do about it? And the answer all the time is they ain't gonna do nothing. Sometimes we try to literally justify why we do stuff, And I just tell them, hey, me and Sharon gonna do what we do.
They jealous of Sharon and you. They're jealous of Brownsville.
Do what we
and
do.
So, yes.
Listen, it's almost like me and Sharon show up to the park, we jumping you. If you don't like it, bring your cousins. Like at this point, it's one of those things that people keep saying, like, hey, y'all do this and y'all do that. Well, we gonna keep doing it. What are you gonna do with your people to stop us from doing what we gonna do? And the answer is they ain't gonna do
use their
nothing.
words. Hopefully use their words and not do nothing nefarious. How about I say that part? You know what I'm saying? Just use your words and don't do nothing.
I just say, what solutions do anyone else have? So it's just about everybody going to have their own form of solutions to some sort of a problem or some sort of an issue. So if you don't have a solution or you don't have something towards some kind of issue, then we ain't got nothing that we doing with our time. Besides that,
but hold on, Uda.
But is the problem that women are over here listening? What's the problem that they have?
I don't know what's wrong with that. First of all,
hey, let me throw this out there.
That don't want men and women to be together is weird because we need to all be together so we can protect our goddamn kids. That's first of all. But what the hell are we talking about? It don't even make sense in life, man. Any real conversation, anything in life will take men and women too. Yes, women can have their space and have their time to have their conversation. Yes, men can have the time to have their conversations as well. We can do all of that, but it's not a problem if we want to have the conversation together as well. It doesn't matter.
I will say this, that I agree. Who mentioned that? Was it Brownsville or Sharon? As far as the dating with intentions, you said solutions, right, Uda? I'm with that. You guys have broke out with the whole start at a young age. I believe in that as well. So I'm not against that. Like when you mentioned like one foot is in one end, one foot is in the other. I'm my own person. So I didn't, if you notice, jump up and gave any of you pushback, including Brownsville, to a certain extent, where it went. But I was with the part of like, you know what? I love that. Date with intentions. Don't just jump from one to another. Now, I'm not out there like that. I can speak to myself because I'm at my age. So I don't even move like that. And then 2026 is dangerous anyway. But I will say for those ones out there at the age of, you mentioned Sharon, 25 or younger, have that way of thinking. Date with intentions and just be safe. So I'm not against that. I'm not jealous. I'm not attacking. I'm not doing none of that. And how I move to wherever I go is how I move. You know what I mean? Freedom. You know what I mean?
I can't knock that.
Yeah.
I just listen
Free
to
will, as they say.
and I just see what people's minds lie. For me, I just look at people's minds. You know what I'm saying? That's what I look at. So I don't have to judge people or nothing. I just see minds.
Right.
When you come here, you're still able to come up here and you want to have the conversation, right? You come here and you talking, right? And you're not coming in screaming and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you want to have the conversation. So I listen to you even speak on other side. You know what I'm saying? And even give a credit to this side too there. And you probably be the only person to do it still. So this is what I mean by the 1 foot there.
Right.
Because it seems like,
and even with the support, Uda, and even with the support, when I was called out on that, I wanted to be a man of my word. You know what I mean? It didn't happen then, and it could have happened then. I could have jumped in on that when it was the whole save somebody or save Big J. With your bounty thing, I could have did all of that. It was to the point where it's like, I know where I stand. I know where I stand. If I'm gonna be called out on it, here you go, Sharon, and here's another, because I love the topic. I'm here for the topic and the conversation. I love this conversation. I love the topic, even when it came to the religion. And I mentioned that to, I believe, Bomb, that some are afraid to even go into that aspect of Christianity, Buddhism, all the different religions. They can't touch it. Some are rusty. I mentioned that when I was on her panel. I'm only human, but I want to learn. I'm not, as Brownsville would say, I'm not above approach. I'm imperfect as well. I'll land.
I like it.
Yeah,
I like it. All right. I'm gonna jump back into it and see if we get some more gems out of this conversation.
More foundation that we can build on to be able to have a place of trust that Black women feel like they can come into this space with us, that we will listen and we will sit.
He must have just heard Uda. Had to be.
Be gentle and be gentle with ourselves that we don't understand, that I don't understand what's being said. And I think somebody's hearing me wrong, somebody's saying wrong, somebody's talking over me, something's happening to me. These are all things that don't allow women to come and open up to us because we are ready to play football every goddamn time.
Definitely.
Right now we gotta so that's why we gotta have our space to ourselves. A man has to have his space to himself.
It's patriarchal.
Can I ask a question to you?
Yeah.
People are living in broken marriage is not working in this culture. 3 out of 5 marriages end in divorce. So people are living in fear.
Is
3.
Clifton Powell red pill?
I don't know. 3 out of
He
5.
just gave that stat like it was nothing. Like it was just off the dome. Only red pill niggas is capable of that. I'm joking.
Can't do it, bro.
I'm
I
joking.
can't do it.
And
So
that's the M bomb, by the way, too.
I can't do it. So you might be
Ah,
right about
Lord.
that.
Okay, I owe you $5. Where do I send it?
Whatever. Super chat cash, whatever. Jason.
Cash App, okay.
Damn, from that 3 out of 5 marriages are ending in divorce. First of all, that's not a true stat, right? We know it's really more 50-50 than anything. Man. Man, this information is really hurting our people, man. A lot of people really believe this because he's not just saying it just like for information to get a different percentage. He's saying it because he feel like this is 100% fact. When he said that, in his mind, is 100% fact that marriage is not working, that married men and married women are cheating at a very high rate, and that they all going to, 3 out of the 5 of them is going to end in, what's that, an 80% clip? Somewhere around there? 78%, something crazy like that, 3 out of 5? That's a wild talking point.
That's 60%.
60%. That's wild.
It's crazy. You got it offhand though. The stats offhand in your head though.
Right.
That's another thing. You just hold on. Back you down with the stat.
I said, and one thing we don't talk about is that the divorce rate has actually went down.
Absolutely.
The 50% is a old stat. If you actually look up new numbers, the divorce rate, because the awareness is less people are getting married, and that's a good thing. I know that sounds bad, but if you know that y'all can't figure it out, you can't work with them, maybe y'all shouldn't get married, right? I'm at that point. But the stats I looked at, I think it's like 34 to 42% is the new. So that means that at least 8% are staying more married than ever before. So that means we're moving into the right direction.
Damn. It's an interesting point of view. I like it.
Here inside of their own homes. Yes. So the question I'm asking is for guys who straight from the hood. Is it possible for those guys to sit in here with us and hear us?
Yes.
And
being from the streets, I spent 2 years of my life locked up fighting 2 life sentences. It took a woman and
goddamn fighting 2 life sentences.
It took. Wait, is he about to say it took a woman to change him?
Let's see.
Standing by him. Standing by him. That's what he gonna say. Let's bet some money on what he gonna say. It took a woman to what?
Go ahead. What you said?
Let's bet money. We could get a little poll going on. What do you think he gonna say? It took a woman to what? What we think he gonna say?
Bring them back to life.
Standing.
Okay. Yeah, bring him back to life.
That's a real one.
Bring him back to life twice because he was serving 2 life sentences.
2 life sentences. He was. Oh my!
I can't trump that. I can't trump that one.
Ooh, man. Let's see. Tattoos on his face. Hey, Diva, the list don't list.
Being from the streets, I spent 2 years of my life locked up fighting 2 life sentences. It took a woman, and going back to what you were saying as well about how we as men got to stop relying on women. Women are natural nurturers and providers. It took a woman to show me love to say, this ain't how you do this. And
Oh my God! It took.
Jalen, leave him alone, Jalen. I can't let you abuse this man. I can't let you
I'm not
abuse
abusing
this man
him.
in front of me. This man said he
I'm
took
not
love.
abusing.
You
I'm
can't
not
abuse
abusing him. I'm not
Soft
abusing
gloves
him.
with this man. All right, go ahead.
I'm not.
Where's
abusing
Josh
him.
at? Where is
But
Josh
we
to
know,
describe
we
the
know
person?
the saying about men who go to prison and jail. They be hitting up women that they know that they could use and abuse to get by. Don't even do it.
Might have been Jalen. It might have been the
Uda,
stats
don't
is high with
do
that.
it,
The stats is
Uda.
high. A pen pal and everybody
But we
need little honey.
supposed to have a
Everybody need little honey
patriarchal
buns in there. They need little honey buns, little Cheerios.
But we supposed to have a patriarchal system, Uda.
I get it. It's
We
true.
supposed to
I
have a
get you.
patriarchal system.
I know, man. But what that man just said, it took that man to be vulnerable to say that one. He said, man,
And that's amazing. That's
when
beautiful.
nobody loved you,
But
that man said.
He's beautiful, but at the detriment of a woman though, because I'm pretty sure
Mm.
he not with her. He didn't marry her, did he?
Ooh.
I don't
Is he
know,
married?
Jalen.
Do
Don't
y'all
bust
know
that
who he
shot
is?
yet, Jalen. He might
I
have
don't know
did.
who he is.
He
Uda,
might have
do you know
did,
who he
Jalen.
is? You
I
know
don't
who
know.
he
I'm
is?
about to
Saying he
research his
might
ass right now.
have. I said he might not have married. I bet you
Chat,
he
who he
did.
is, chat? Y'all know who he is. Chat, who is he?
Somebody knows. Somebody give us this. What's the rundown on this young
I
brother?
could
That
Google him up
was
one time.
I think he's still with that woman. He got a
I
tie
think he is,
on.
bro.
He
I think she
dressed.
changed that
Listen,
man's life.
listen.
She changed that man's life. I'm gonna bet my dollar on that one.
Yeah. Either man, he broke up.
Yeah, y'all can't hear me. Oh,
People,
There you
wait,
go.
wait,
I
wait.
think you
I'm
back
sorry.
I'm
now.
just
I'm sorry.
telling
One
you,
more thing.
when they get out of prison, they don't dress like that unless there's a woman involved. I'm telling
One
you
more.
that woman's still in his
He got a
life.
turtleneck with a
One
jeans
more thing.
jacket.
One more thing.
Let's do this.
People can find love anywhere, Jalen. You are not gonna find perfect when you are not. I ain't never served no 2 life sentences. Ain't never got locked up, detained, stole a candy bar. You can go through life not living that type of life.
True.
So sure, he may not be perfect, but my man don't have no felonies. He ain't never tried to serve no life sentences.
Thank you,
I
Jesus.
think that's bare minimum of a ask, right, man? Like that's bare minimum. We
We
should
would
be
say
able
that,
to
of
ask
course.
that.
And I think this is another saying that is very dangerous, right? The purpose of marriage is not love. And this is a very dangerous stat. And this is why a lot of men can get in relationships with a woman that they are married to and go ahead and spill their peen and push it into anybody they slip and fall into. Right?
Hold on. I
But
really think people don't understand what love is when I hear these statements. Because the whole purpose of marriage is love. Why you think that man go out and he works those crazy hours? Like he's expressing his love for her. He wouldn't do that. Look, take most men. If you look at most men before they got the woman, they had a futon, a PlayStation 2, and they was working part-time. They wasn't working really hard. And then they got married and they start having a mission bigger than themselves, start working more because they was expressing they love to this woman. So like we gotta stop. The purpose of marriage is love. Don't let nobody lie to you and say that you gotta get married without love. It don't even make sense.
I like it.
The problem is though, the description you gave of a man working extra hours is his love language.
Can
That's
you hear
problematic.
it? I can't hear it.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you. Either man can't hear you, but we can hear you.
You don't start that bullshit right now.
Yeah, so it's problematic, right? Where he is saying that it's okay for a husband to express his love language by working extra hours. No, you express your love language by how you treat that woman, right? How you talk to her. Are you patient? Are you benevolent? Are you understanding, right? Are you the type of person who is going to comfort her, right? Are you going to inspire her? You know, it's so we got to get beyond just working hard and physically protecting her and saying that's loving her. No, we gotta, we gotta get off of these surface level conversations and really start talking about what makes a marriage actually stand the test of time.
I like when my husband worked extra hours. It shows that he loves me. So we could pay these bills, baby. I'm sorry, okay?
I would say a man
That's
with a
30
strong
years
work
talking,
ethic,
by the way. That's 30
a man
years
with a
talking.
strong work ethic is very attractive. I'm not even about to cap like real stuff. Not even trolling. So yeah, go ahead and work them extra hours. Don't be a bum.
I kind of get what he's saying, but it's mornings that y'all always see me in this car. I'm telling you, it's morning I get up and I want to say, forget this. I just want to sleep in. I want to stay in the bed. You know what I look over? I see my beautiful wife. I think about the type of education I want to provide for my kids. I think about seeing them with the palm trees of the world, traveling the world. Like that's what I'm telling you. Like I get when he said love is not just what I'm saying, but me making that decision to go against my will and do what's best for the family is definitely a demonstration of love.
That's beautiful.
It's one part of it for sure.
Yeah, but we gotta recognize, right? Because we hear these men say these things all the time. They'll say things like, well, I paid all the bills, I worked all these hours, but she still wants a divorce from me. And I don't understand why, Eater Man, right? And Eater Man will probably say, well, man, something wrong with her. But then when you talk to the woman, she'll say, well, he wasn't emotionally available. He didn't understand how to have conversations with me. He wasn't interested in spending time with me, taking me out, dating me, right? Because even when you're married to a woman, you still gotta date her. You still gotta court her.
Correct.
Right?
He's
So
correct.
what I'm saying is we gotta start just putting out these linear messages, right? And saying you just gotta do this. No, it's more to it to sustain a healthy relationship with a woman.
You're 100% right. And I didn't say just. I want to be clear. I did not say just, right? You absolutely. I think it is so important to sit across from your woman and just stare at her at the dinner table. We went to this restaurant this weekend, and one thing that I love is this whole weekend, my wife did majority of the talking. Y'all know I can talk. And she was just, pouring her heart out to me and all the things that she wants, the things that she desire, what her vision for our family, because a woman got vision too. Don't let people lie and tell you that the man only got the vision for the family, right? And we was just sitting over the weekend and having this conversation. You're right. You got to be able to love at multiple capacities. I'm not disagreeing with that. I just don't want to discount one love to say it's not love. And that was the point that I was making.
And I do want to say, if my husband sit across the table from me, just looking at me, we're not doing all that, okay? We're not doing all of that, okay? So Eater Man, I'm just trolling with you, baby, holding her hand. And
I listen. I love my wife so much, man. Like I love the sight of my wife. And I get some people don't have this, right? But I look at my wife, I be like, man, like, thank you, God, for blessing me with this woman. Because, like, I'm just telling you, me just sitting, like she could just be smiling. Sharon, she could be sitting right there smiling, eating pasta. She was eating pasta this weekend. Just sit there smiling, eating pasta, and it brings me happiness. Just to see her smile.
Eater Man, you're supposed to hate your wife.
Goddamn.
That's why you don't fit in. You're supposed to talk about
I think that's beautiful, bro. I think that's
that's a beautiful thing.
I think that's a beautiful thing, bro.
So yes, but that doesn't tell me I can't go to work and pay these bills. Like I can't just sit across the table. Like I still gotta run the lively duties. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and the reason why Cuz brought it up is because most men, they will hear that part of it because that's the easiest part of loving a woman is just to go out and go to work, and they will just try to focus on that, and that's why he's saying that let's get past that just surface part of it too, because we know that a lot of men choose to go to work because that's the easier thing to do than to go home and deal and help and be loving and be understanding and communicate and talk and do all these other things that is needed in the household when you just came home from work. So they say, hey, I'm just going to stay my ass at work. It's easier. It's easier to stay your ass at work for sure. And I'm talking about for the people that try to single it out to just work, not the brothers and sisters that's able to be multi faceted. PhD, are you there?
I'm scared to say anything.
Me too. I think it's for Mac. I think I'm pronouncing that right. With the Canadian $5. It says the purpose of marriage is commitment, not love. When people marry only for love, that feeling can fade under life pressure and often leads to divorce.
So that's not
love,
true, right?
That's not love.
Commitment is actually a tenet of love, right? Because all commitment is that you're dedicated to the cause of being married, right? That's a part of love, right? So you can't have love without commitment. That's number one, right? And love is not a feeling. I need people to stop saying that. Love is an action, right? You show love, right? You spread love, right? It's something that you do. It's not something that you feel, right? Anybody could say, I love you, but in a moment of need, when you need that person, that's when they're going to show you how much they love you.
I agree 100%.
True.
I like it. Let me get back to it.
My first mindset being from the street, bitch, who you talking to? That's what I was thinking. But I had to understand it's two parts to that. You either want to be a better person or you can accept what you think is right. And so once she educated me on certain things and said, no, baby, we don't do it like this. You need to go to therapy. You need to do it. It was a lot of things that I felt like I should have been combative about, but I wasn't, because I know I talk to God and say, I need answers. My answers ain't always gonna come through a man. For sure. I was taught to believe.
Goddamn, you heard that? That was a bar. That was a bar.
That it did, because a man should raise a man. But a woman is nurturing and caring. And if she cares about herself, she cares about her counterpart. So it's up to us to listen, to accept. We don't have to agree. 90% of the time, I don't agree. The fact that you can say, I accept, I receive what you're saying, you don't interrupt, you don't defend yourself. These are all.
I got a question. Is that hard for you as a street guy?
It's hard right now.
I get you. I get it. But I'm just making sure everybody get heard. All right.
No, it's not.
It is hard. It's hard because as a man, I know what I want to do, but I also know I'm trying to break a system that God is helping me break, because I have to unlearn what I thought was right.
Ooh, that was heavy. That was good.
But here go Clifton Powell at. Yo, hold up. I'm trying. Hold up, bro.
Did a good job.
Hold up. Like, wow, let him land his little plane. Yo, bro.
That woman led him to the promised land.
Not the promised land.
You let him, bro. Milk and honey.
Bro, Uda's so disrespectful. Go call his plane little. Let him land.
Be it the Clifton. It's a little plane. He don't want him to land.
He kept interrupting him with woo.
Clifton don't want him to land the plane. He making some points. As a young brother. He making some good points as a young brother.
As a young,
supposed to be the one saying these types of things and not even. As a street guy, don't you find this challenging? Yo, bro, I thought you figured this out and you found love already. Relax, bro. As a street guy, look what he want to ask him. Come on, bro. We got bigger questions to ask, bro.
Yeah, that was good. That was powerful. And it shows the people that do the work.
Focus on the street dudes.
Right. That's what he was right. Instead of focus on the things that he resolved within himself. I think that was another thing that a lot of men, a lot of our brothers, we have to unlearn a lot of things. This goes to like what Uda always brings up. Like we have to unlearn that bad means good, right? So we grew up in an era where not only in our life that the opposite meant something good, like, you know, damn, that's a bad bitch right there. That is technically a good looking woman. But no, you shouldn't be calling her a bad bitch. You should say that's a good looking woman, right? Things of like his friend being a virgin and everybody clowned him for that, where they should have been given praise for that. And so on and so forth. The person that got the 9 to 5, he got clowned to being a square versus like, so there's a lot of things that us as brothers, we have to unlearn, because we thought that was the right thing for a very long time, generation after generation. So that was very powerful what that young man just said with that unlearning part. I think that was beautifully said, the unlearning part.
It was,
like
man. It was.
That was a good way to put it.
Yeah, man. And it's systematic too, man. Systematic.
That's yes, it is. A lot of it is. And we push the system too, a lot of us.
Her doing it. And not only that, you know, even going into becoming monogamous. Naturally, it's not instinctually something I want to do. However, I do understand the game of life to know that this is chess and you can't cheat. As a key, which I am.
Woo! Oh Lord.
Naturally, it's not instinctually something I want to do. However, I do understand the game of life to know that this is chess and you can't cheat. As a key, which I am, my key only goes for one lock. I can't unlock every house. So I have to protect my home. As beautiful it is.
He said, protect his home with the key, baby. You're not going to give it to
Figured out
everybody.
his self-worth. Amen.
I love it.
Woo.
That's great.
The young boy is cooking. And you know what's interesting about it? Most people would use that lock and key situation as a way to
Talk about 304s.
right. I think that was the most interesting thing. They would use that and say, if a lock if any key can open up a lock, then that lock is broken. But he used it the other way around and said, hey, my key is to protect my household. And
I like that shit. Yeah, that's good.
yeah, that was a great flip of what needs to be spoken of.
Somebody called him gay.
I mean, a lot of people are questioning how men move with because a lot of men speak with their hands, and I think for a long time people are used to the only gesture a man can have is smoking a cigar and sipping a whiskey as masculine. So as long as the man is just like this, sitting there strong, and you know what I'm doing, that is masculine. But a man that is like using your hand is,
or you gotta sit there like motionless, like eat a man, like right now,
like eating cucumbers.
Right.
HTB, you're right.
So I think that's what it is. I don't think majority of people are so adjusted to you. So many different personalities to communicate. Your hand movement is a part of your cadence as well. A lot of people don't understand that as well. So when you communicate, like you're trying to get out these thoughts, your hand movement. This is why rappers is all a part of your communication. The way how you move. You ain't supposed to just sit there emotionless. It's crazy. Well, let him been there just puffing a cigar the whole time. They won't say a thing. Or if he was just angry and said, and you that would be masculine. It's weird. But I don't know the real brother. So
It's outside is the same way inside. So
but I do get it, his the way how he his vocal cords sound and that underbite, I get it.
Because of that, I can't trick myself out of position thinking that when I'm so focused on this, I'm focused on this. My kids, my woman. I don't have time to kind of step out and be like, I gotta come on. She ain't always gonna be. It's a distraction. And as a man, I'm trying to win this game of chess. I can't do it, but I need to feel that lust. I need to feel that because I know I'm built to overcome these obstacles that are set in my way to make me go off course.
I have a genuine question for you. When you say you don't naturally have an inclination towards monogamy, what does that mean to you? When you say I just want to clarify the question. You're like wanting to be in a monogamous relationship.
So do anybody know if this actually was a woman-born human being? Because that's what BMU was saying, that this man was woman-born.
I think he's gay. I've seen him. I think he's probably gay or bisexual. I don't think he's trans. I think he just has a beautiful face.
Now we know what you like.
No, I actually don't like beautiful faces on men. I do not.
All right, then let's take your time.
Shut up,
That's important to you and for your partner. So when you're out in the streets, what is it that you feel where you're fighting in order to remain in a monogamous relationship?
So for me personally, I don't put myself in a situation where I don't with it no more. I don't go out to the club.
Okay.
I don't hang around women.
It's discipline.
I got discipline, and this discipline is the reward for being disciplined is the outcome of what makes men so great and what makes men be able to understand. So if I know that there's certain things that's going to put me in those positions, I'm putting
you in that position hypothetically. But that's what I'm saying. So when when you were out in the clubs and you were presented what was it that you're like, yo, fuck my girl, I want to be with this girl right now?
Because boy, like you said, it's the lack of validation that I thought I needed, because the thing that made me feel like a man was that post nut. That post nut made me feel wanted because it started as a child. As we become adults, we don't understand you grow. The inside of you is always that child seeking that validation, that satisfaction of whatever didn't go right in life. Like that's what it was for me. So I learned that in therapy. I had to learn to discipline myself. I can't put myself in situations where that natural feeling, because if we only ask these questions when it comes to human race, we don't ask why.
Okay. He had to go to therapy. And so I want to know, so the dude that they saying that is a man, do he date women or do he date men? Because if he date men, is he technically straight? I'm confusion.
That's a mindset, bruh. Your mindset ain't straight.
No, I'm saying that the man with the beard was born a woman.
Saying my sister is for the other team. Her mindset is her mindset.
No, I'm saying the man with the beard, he was born a woman, but if he dates men, would that mean that?
That means he's straight. Yeah, he's straight because he's a woman dating a man.
Now you would be straight? I don't know, bro.
It's very similar to Caitlyn Jenner. He dates women, but we know that he's a she now. Caitlyn Jenner, but he dates women. Yeah, she dates women.
Above my pay grade.
Yeah, I'm not
I'm gonna leave it alone.
I don't know nothing about that. But
you know what else? And you know what else it is? Either man, we didn't make it to our financial goals today.
Oh man,
I think we was cooking up today.
What you missing? You voice it. Tell everybody what you're missing.
I've been telling them. They know.
Okay, I learned something.
Where's it? I don't see it.
It's okay.
Well, let me announce it. Unless you want to end it. What you talk about? Was you trying to meet the goal? You know, be the man or myself, we could get it going. Listen, y'all, how much
28. We got 28 minutes to raise, but we got another amount. What's the amount you want, Sharon?
17 or was it more than 17? I'm not sure what it was.
It's $12 at this moment. $12.
Oh, 12. Yeah, come on, hold on.
I know he could have known that. Come on.
I think he ready to go. We talk about these amazing wives. I think he want to go spend some time with his wife, man. That's what I think. Let's see. $12. I know for a fact that Zero in the chat got $12. So go ahead and send that 20 piece so we can stay here for at least another hour. Just think about it like this. You guys say y'all want this type of conversation. Now we giving it to you. We just need to make sure that we can keep it going. So go ahead and drop that. This is how we like. We like PayPal. We like Zelle. We also like our Cash App. You could be anonymous, or you can tell everybody you send it. We okay, but we need it in the next 7 minutes. I'm gonna tell you right now, we got 7 minutes to get it. If you want the show, and listen, if you want us to go on by our business today, we can. But I think it's some people that want to continue this show.
I don't think anybody's been cussed out so far.
No, nobody.
But I do because I think he's given a level of wisdom in that last while we wait on some people to contribute to the show. I think he was giving that, and we don't talk about this enough. We always talk about, oh man, you just don't supposed to have this feeling. Like you just don't supposed to got married and you just don't supposed to be attracted to women. That's BS, right? We need to talk about putting boundaries in your life to protect your relationship. Hey, check this out. I know if I go over to that club, it's a chance I might have too many Hennessy and I might mess up. So let me reject going to the club. That's wisdom. Hey, I know for a fact that if I go on vacation without my wife, I might do something I don't supposed to do. I'm not leaving the country without my wife. I think men, especially people who was raised in these environments that he's explaining, need to understand how do you put safe boundaries in your life so that you can protect your marriage even in your weakest point. So I think there was a lot of wisdom he was putting out there.
But to that point, Eater Man, right? We just seen Mika come out and do her own tell-all and spoke on the whole situation. She was really like tiptoeing around some stuff, right? She did a whole interview recently, just yesterday. But in this interview, she said towards the end, after dancing around, she said, I feel like he didn't protect me. And after that, I feel like he bolstered the situation. So he elevated the situation more than he did. And this is one of the reasons that she used for why she doesn't want to be around him or why she's not going to go back to his show, is because the way he handled it or handled her, she didn't feel like he really made it to protect her when she was under his covering, like some of the rhetoric that he uses.
But that's BS though. I think that's BS because she got a husband.
We need to know we meet now. Go.
They only got a few minutes left.
Anton also said,
talk fast because they ain't sending no money.
Anton also said, if a woman under my covering, then
no.
We get
Let's be
access
clear.
to the.
I heard that BS. What I'm telling you is, if this woman have a husband,
true,
she need to be under the covering of her husband, not no other man. I don't care what nobody says. Right?
What do you say to Anton as the Christian man? Why is he not? He met his woman met his wife. Why would he not make his meet the woman's husband, even speak to the woman's husband, deal with it like that? Because he kind of dealt with it the way he dealt with it in the beginning and the end. Because in the end, he said that Corey snitched on him.
Well, no,
he said that Corey snitched on him.
Hello.
But Corey didn't snitch.
I tried to send some money and it says I couldn't send it.
I tried too, bro.
Hey, I got it done.
I'm on Cash App. You try to Cash
That
App,
much Sharon said he about to leave. He
I know,
said,
but we having a problem. Okay.
Sharon, I definitely just sent it. So don't fake it. Don't
y'all
fake
ain't
it.
gonna keep me here today.
I thought it was me, Bomb. I thought
I'm
it was
going
my
to the
kid.
playground with my kids. He said,
Sharon, tell me I didn't send it. I dare you. Hold up. I dare you. Tell me I didn't send it. Friend.
I guess that one, because sometimes I don't know what be happening, but people be trying to, I don't know. But so that Cash App is not where, but so the other one is. But
shout out to the super chat.
Let me shout out to the super chat. Hold on.
Going back to work.
About to be a situation. Hey.
Shout out to the super chat. We got it. We made it there, and we're gonna extend the show so we can keep on building on our beautiful solution. Shout out to Shadow. Wow, shout out to the people that attempted to send in cash outs. I really appreciate you as well. It is not
what's
it's
that?
appreciated. Thank you so much for attempting to show love.
Is that Shadow?
Yeah, that's Shadow. Crazy ass. Yes.
They got Shadow. They got Shadow vacuuming out the trash cans.
No,
that's the truck. Yeah, that's the truck. Going.
I got you, but no. I want to get back to what Uda said, because Uda said some craziness, right? I love Uda.
I ain't put no words in that woman's mouth. That's
No,
what this woman
Uda.
said.
Hold on. Uda, let me respond.
All right.
Uda.
I'm mute.
Uda, is no other man's responsibility to protect my wife. We got to put this out there. If my wife is going somewhere to do business, my wife is doing, I truthfully and honestly think this was a failure on her husband. Hold on, let me finish.
I'm not saying one word.
I just said letting her go. He didn't meet this man. He had no conversation with this man. And then she went and got hurt. Because based on this interview, we know that she was hurt. I think we all can come to that assumption. And so, Mika, because she felt like she wasn't protected by Anton, based on what Uda said. I ain't seen the interview. I'm going based off what Uda said.
Yeah, but
And
he
so-
did hurt her.
I know. Okay, so she's hurt. I'm agreeing. Listen, I'm agreeing that she's hurt. And she was hurt by Anton. I'm 100% agree with the information that Uda done gave me. I'm not disagreeing with that. But what I am laying out, if she was under the protection of her husband failed to protect her by turning his wife over to another man. That was the point that I was making, Uda.
Yeah, but that's crazy. That's crazy work.
So she
right?
is married?
She apparently she's
Yes,
married.
that's a fact.
That nobody knew about, right? Possibly because of Anton wanted to keep, but Anton was supposed to protect her because they business partner. He flew her out, and then he tricked her. First of all, right? We know that he tricked her. She thought she was gonna be, she thought she was gonna be on interview. She thought she was gonna be on the show, and then, when Witchcom accused her of being his B, he didn't say nothing about it. And then the next day he doubled down by saying that Corey Holcomb is a rat. Don't trust him. And everybody knew what he was talking about. He was insinuating that he told.
Hey, Bob, so what should I do? Should I end this stream and start a new one so we could talk about everything that they said that they don't want to talk about?
Oh,
yeah.
We tired. Hey, Uda, they're like, we tired of talking about
You know, I ain't say, I interjected it right in there at the end.
I know. We know what Uda really want to talk about. Listen, Uda want to talk about this situation. Listen,
Yo,
I know.
Bob, like this should be bugging me out. Like, I guarantee if I was in
we want to talk about everything. Why we can't talk about everything? Y'all want to always compartmentalize people. No,
Listen.
we can do all of that. Why we can't build it?
If I would start a new stream right now and we review this interview that you were talking about,
You have to, bro. You have
Listen,
to.
$500. Listen, you're gonna make $1,000 that stream. Listen, I'm telling you, like people, listen, people literally say, I have learned. People say, I don't want you talking about this, but they dollars say talk about it. Like they mouth and their money is not lining up. I'm just telling you. Guess what? Shadow, you can stop spending money if you start talking about that. Because guess what? Everybody got something to say about that situation.
Look, if me and Bomb start fighting right now, I bet we're gonna get $30.
I'm trying to be good. Y'all see?
Right? She's saying the N word in her head and not out loud. Like, come on.
Wait.
Well, I'm doing
Hey,
good.
Bomb.
I'm doing great. I don't want to hear nothing about Bomb. At least not today. I don't want to hear nothing about Bomb.
Hey,
Bomb.
Hey, Uda, where's this interview at? That's number one.
It came on a channel called The Talk Perspective. This man is running for president, and I'm pushing for it. This man is sharp. Yeah, me.
Hey, Bomb.
It's on The Talk Perspective. It's called Talk Perspective. He's a guy from Fox, and he also connected with her in DC because he worked for Fox when she was working with Fox, and he met her husband. So this is why he was giving a pushback to say, I met your husband, so why he can't meet your husband? So this man did flawless pushback.
Let me point my finger this way. So I'm going past Bomb and I'm going to Uda to let y'all know this is an example of somebody with an agenda. This is what we call somebody come to a show with an agenda that they want to push right here.
It was the end of the show.
And that's why she don't work with him no more.
You gotta bring some energy to the end of the show, bro. So it's a little gravy. We gotta see what's the gravy. Look like the gravy hitting.
Hey, Bomb, had she surrendered to the patriarchy, her husband would have known who Anton was.
No, her husband knew who Anton was. But nobody, Anton wanted her to play like she's single so he can tell him the things that he tell them women up there. He's using all them women.
Damn, it's a long interview too. It's like an hour and a half.
It's like an hour, but it starts from like the 19th minute mark is when she started talking about Anton all the way throughout. It just and she get caught up the whole way.
Yeah, she get caught up, baby.
No, I wonder how much she got paid to do that interview.
It don't even matter how much
That's not worth it. It wasn't worth it. She should have never did it.
It was it was worth it. Hold on, it's definitely worth it.
All right, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna put a poll in the chat. Should we go ahead and review it today, or should I wait until tomorrow when it's all nice and stale and review it tomorrow? Put a 1 in the chat. We're gonna start a brand new show and review it today, or we're gonna wait till tomorrow and we review it tomorrow. 1's for today, start a new stream. 2, don't worry about Sharon. Keep on with the conversation and review it tomorrow.
Hey, no, you do. Hold on, you do take. Hold on, no, because Uda's wrong. If she was done with Anton, you take the interview. If she was not done with Anton, you don't take the interview. Why would you not make money on the situation if you're done with somebody?
Yeah, she
No, I didn't think, I'm not even thinking about money. I'm not even thinking about as far as money because, you know, did she gain from the situation? Did she lose? I don't know.
Yeah, she might have gained 50,000. That's what I'm telling you. That sounds like a gain to me for 45 minutes. Hey, look, 45 minutes, 50,000. That's 1,000 a minute.
If she got some money like that, then I'm not saying whatever's with
So
that. But I'm
one
just
is
saying
for what? Which one for?
to do it. And
To start a new stream and review the Mika interview.
Oh
Man, that's hard. This is good. What we listening to is good from the men's perspective, but that's some drama over there. And that interview was really good. So you got to make your decision because y'all know I'm a listen.
I just want to know why Uda did 3 ones. Why he could just do one?
Uda, you cheating.
I think he's trying to rig the election.
Why there's so many ones?
I think he's trying to rig the election. You gotta watch them Democrats.
I did. Zero times, I did not. You have to hold on. Zero. I did not. You have to send it to the other Cash App. That's why I had to make 2 because things be. I don't know what be going on with what they be trying to do. I gotta call them up and find out again what's going on with them. So I did not get it for the people that did try to send it for the goal. I appreciate y'all.
What that tell you?
Sean, we need voter ID.
The
We need
last
voter
time
ID
they
on
did
this
that,
call.
did they give you an excuse or they? You might have to change your account like mine to a business account.
Well, I got a Cash App, Sharon. If you ever need somebody, I'll sell you the money. I got you, man. Just give me gonna put mine out there. Go ahead and send me $5 to make sure mine's work. It's all 100. I just want to make sure.
Hey, Silent. By the way, you came up here silent than a mofo. I forgot you was up here.
Hey, how you doing, Bob?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
All right.
So for sure, we got a bunch of ones.
I know, we gotta get silent tapes before you switch it, though, brother. I want to get silent tapes.
I just got.
It's about like 3 2s. So y'all go ahead, finish up the conversation. I'm gonna set it up. We got to do what the audience said to do, right?
I think this poll was rigged. I think this election was stolen. I think we need to have voter ID now.
So Silent, what do you think about these men at this round table having this conversation on what you saw so far, Silent?
I mean, I only saw a little bit of it, but I think it's a good thing if they go in the right direction. They sit down and talk about it.
I know. So, what do you think they're going in the right direction, or you think they're going in the wrong direction?
Do you need to link Sharon to the interview? Oh, you got it. You got it. Okay.
But then at the same time, if that's maybe I ain't gonna say that. I don't know. Because I'm thinking, why is the other guy there? If he gay, then why he in there like in the conversation? Like, oh.
No,
I know.
There's women.
About
no. I know it's a lot going on in the video, but if we look at the core of the video, like, is this a video you should be sending to your young cousins, brothers, and even maybe your male children, or you think that this is not productive to send to the next generation?
You can send it to them, but if they're gonna listen.
So you do think that if they did listen to these guys sitting around this table, you think it'd be fruitful for the Black community to listen to them?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Interesting.
You think they shouldn't have no conversations? Like,
no, I think anybody can have conversations, but this is what I heard, and I might have heard it wrong, like, because my mind works in a different way. A lot of people in this video, they said that it's okay to wait until you're old and gray to really make love. And then even in the hood, like I said, I just heard things different from what other people heard. I just wouldn't want a man that I'm mentoring listening to them.
Yeah, but only one man said that. The rest of them are giving pushback. They're not agreeing with him. Yeah.
I understand.
I don't know how you missed most of it.
No, well, I'm just saying the part that I came up. Even the guy with the tattoo on his face that was 2 times in prison, he is saying some things that can be fruitful, but he also, instead of him establishing himself as a man, he want a woman to help him understand love.
But that's
We- as men-
love. If we, right? You love, as a man, you love a woman. She teaches you love in her way. Men can't teach you love.
No, I'm not agree with the abusing the woman to learn love, because that's kind of how he said it. He was like, such and such, B, why you talking to me like that? And he was abusing her while she was loving him. That's my issue.
Yeah, but I thought he said that was the wrong way. So through his experience, he's teaching the younger people not to do it like they doing it. Right? Isn't that what we learn? We can learn from others without having to go through it.
I thought he was explaining that he didn't.
Because wasn't he
realized
saying he was doing it the
wrong.
wrong way?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
That's what I took from it.
Yeah. I just won't let no man that I'm mentoring listen to these fools. But that's just me. Maybe listen, it might be.
You're judging.
I know. Okay. Just say I'm judging. Listen. Let me say this. I am okay with who I am as a person. Whatever y'all say that y'all don't like about me, I'm okay with it. I promise you I'm okay with it. But I'm just saying, if I take my nephews, I wouldn't want my nephews listening to that conversation. I would try to be able to do something different with my nephews. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, can you give
But
me
it may
any
not
good
work.
parts of this
They may need to
conversation?
hear. They may need to hear from a different type of person. You know, we all got different personalities. So I think your way will work either, man. Some men will gravitate towards you, and then they're gonna be, you know, some young boys who not. And so that's why I think they got a different type of men up there. Even
Oh yeah,
because
because they talking to hood people in the hood. They keep that's one thing they keep saying. No, they keep saying, what about the dude in the hood? They talking to the hood dude.
no, they talking
That's
to all the men. There's different types of men though. They need to talk to the hood man too. The hood dude.
Everybody got their own lens. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody got their
Everybody's
own
speaking
thing up
from
there.
their own paradigm. So you know what I'm
The
saying?
hood- the hood dude is a
Aspect
hood.
there may be a couple, two of them, or one of them. Maybe the guy that was on the show acting. You know, he got like a little street vibe on the show, but he was speaking. I forget his name. But I don't really see. I don't know if everybody had a hood energy up there.
Clifford Powell, him.
Clifford had that already. But then what's the next guy? I think he was on like ATL or some shit.
Yeah, everybody up there not on no hood thing. They saying they were at one point maybe, and they trying to unlearn those things. And
Now, that's
most
what
black
I
men
heard.
are on that hood thing, even if they really wasn't raised in the hood. Like my kids, right? Wanted to be rappers or drug dealers, you know, because that's what our community pushes towards men. And what them young men were saying is, hey, I had to unlearn that. I had to unlearn that.
Play a little bit more of the video. I think we need at least about 2 more minutes of the video while you getting the other show ready. I don't know. He might not exit out already. Okay. Let's play a little bit.
Lions go around fucking. We don't ask why monkeys go around fucking. The man is always allowed to go around and procreate in other animal kingdoms. But when it comes to us, instead of sitting there saying it's like men or dogs, that's all we know. But nobody gets to the bottom of why do men feel this way that they have to go and do this? And maybe that's just their natural being. But as a man, you still have to learn to discipline yourself, and you can't run with it just because that's how you feel. I might feel like killing somebody. That don't mean I won't go to jail. Right. And it's repercussions. So once you understand how to love yourself and understand karma doesn't always come back in the form of a woman cheating on you because you cheated on her. You may have been able to get a position and make more money, but because you cheated, you tricked yourself out of a position that you just didn't know would come about. So it's necessary.
I don't necessarily agree that there's a natural order to men or women
that's what I
being
was
monogamous or
definitely.
polyamorous or polygamous or whatever. I do think that that's a social construct. But at the end of the day, it is about the responsibility that you hold when you know you're gonna have sex with somebody. What's gonna come out of that, right? And in that, a lot of the time, it is children, right? And are you gonna be able to take care of that child? Are you subjecting another human to some harm? Are you know what I'm saying? And in our society right now, we got to think about the danger, especially we in Georgia right now, in my home state, Texas, you got abortion bans. And what does that mean for that woman now to make that decision for herself, to be able to make that decision for herself, to be able to care for herself and that child? So I do want to go back a little bit to when we're thinking about trusting Black women and the origins around the abortion bans and painting Black women as more prone to whatever, like justifying abortion bans by our behavior.
I hate to say it, but I'm for abortions if a
That's a great place to pause it. Well, I'll tell you, I'll tell you, his skills so good. His skills is so good. Listen, we need to start telling Sharon how great of a host he is.
By sending cash after super chats.
You let them talk long enough. They might have said one thing that was good, but I'm just saying, I know Bum might disagree. If you take
I
their
heard
whole
you say nothing
statement,
but good stuff.
I know you did. I know. I know you heard a whole bunch of good stuff. I'm just saying, if I take this conversation as a whole, I don't think it's fruitful for the youth. Now, Uda say it can. Listen, Uda can say, you know what, this is exactly what the youth need to hear. And I'm not disagreeing with it, right? But what I'm saying is, me being a man, nah, I need to teach these young kids something different.
What you gonna teach them that they didn't say there? What?
Well,
like,
I
what?
can tell you the difference, because kids nowadays, it's not do as I say, it's do as I do. So you keep talking about how you want to do things different and all this kind of stuff, but guess what? What did you do? What was the example that you was living, Bomb? And I'm telling you, kids say, okay, he believed that. I'm just telling you how kids think.
Okay,
I could be wrong.
I-
I'm open to being wrong.
Yeah, you're actually wrong, right? Because what they're saying is, hey, we was taught something different. And so we did what we did. But we're going to teach the young people different than what we were taught so they can do different than us. That's what I hear them men saying. Right? They were bragging about, like, even the belief that it's natural for people to cheat or men to be the wild kingdom and stuff. That's ridiculous. So that older man, or the last one, he said, well, I don't really believe that, you know, whether you believe in polygamy, this or that, that's a choice. That's what he said, which is true. But you know what's out here and what's being preached to men is monogamous is not natural. That's what these people, that's what they teach men today. That it's unnatural to be with one woman. And
that's not good. But then right after that, he said, you know what, but I'm seeing you got to deal with self. You got to love self first. You got to, you know what I'm saying? He went past that place. So, you know what I'm saying? So it's not like he just saying
no,
stuff.
he didn't say you do have to learn yourself first. You got to respect yourself before you.
But that's good things to say. He not like he was talking something.
No,
else.
the point that I'm telling you is it's a lot in here. And what y'all trying to do is say, well, I, with my mature brain, can pull out the positive and leave the negative. I'm saying it's so much negative inside of it. I think it's unwise to let a child try to pull out positive and negative in this situation. That's all I'm saying.
What are those negatives, though? What are those negatives, though, D? What
Well,
are
the youth. I'm talking about young men, because that's
what are the negatives though that they need that this video has, or what's being said? What are what are some of the negatives as an example? What are some of them that you think are your own negatives?
Because they talking about discipline, they talking about the importance of children. They even talking as far as the woman respecting her and her decision to have an abortion or not. Like, I heard.
I want to know what he feel are the negatives. What are the negatives? So that
I want to know
your viewpoint.
I want to know if he even heard any positives at all.
I don't know,
he's
but
shooting it
maybe
down.
possibly, but I ain't get into those. But he spoke on his negatives or some negatives he sees, and I just rather stay right there, right? So I just want to know what are the negatives that you see, though? Or some of them at least. E.
Well, first thing is the idea that men are monogamous and they should just go around and sleep with people. Like, so what his caveat was, hey, men are designed this way, and in nature they're designed this way. And he said through therapy, he went and he learned not to do these things. But what he's projecting that I think is negative is that men are designed not to be monogamous.
And then but that's what's being spread out here. That's why he believed that. But then another man corrected him or said, well, I don't necessarily agree with that. Right? So now we got another man's perspective to say, I don't agree with that. That's why it's all types of men up there having a discussion.
Nothing wrong with being.
Hype me up.
Let me